Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, then coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you.
And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia.
Monrovia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Go today.
On the spoon to get
Yes, what
your
you got?
information.
Well,
On the spoon to be
yes, what you
part
got?
of
Today.
spoon television.
Yes, what you got today.
Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, then coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of the discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia.
Monrovia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just two teaspoons, two teaspoons, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just two teaspoons. You want to get a news update, my brother, two teaspoons. You want to know what is happening, moreover, two teaspoons. Politicians want to make their decision, just two teaspoons. You want to know what happening in the ministry, two teaspoons. Yeah, two teaspoons. Yeah, two teaspoons. You from Vanjama, Maryland, two teaspoons. Yeah, two teaspoons. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother, two teaspoons. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, two teaspoons. Yeah, two teaspoons. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
School TV.
Yes, what you about today?
School TV. School TV. School entertainment. On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, sir. A special one.
Okay, folks, it's another great day in Monrovia.
Your boy, Friday the South.
And a pleasant way to welcome you to Liberia's most listened to, most followed talk show on radio and online, Spoon Talk. And it's here live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We're live on Fabric 101.1 FM and on Super 95.5 FM as well. We're also live on Premium FM in Bangabong County. We're being listened to by folks from parts of Nima County and other parts of the country. We're live in Bomi County as well. And I'd like to say welcome to tonight's edition of the program Spoon Talk. Heavily loaded. I encourage you to join us. Encourage someone to listen or watch the program with you. Share the show as you come on, because you just can't afford to miss this one tonight. My name is Nelson Colette. Let me go across to bring in my colleague Diamond Slanger, and of course we're gonna have Dr. Reggie and the rest of the panelists joining us later. Diamond, let me say good evening.
Good evening to you, Nelson. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning to many viewers around the world. Good evening to our people in Liberia, as you said, listening to us on a host of radio stations, not just the Spoon Network owned stations, but other community stations across the country are trooping in to keep relaying this show. I love to say hello to everybody across Liberia.
Yeah. So I'm getting here that Premium FM is carrying us now. We're live on Premium FM in Bangabong County. And what's the name of the station again in Bomi?
Trust.
Is it Choice?
FM. Trust.
Choice? Oh,
Yeah,
Trust.
Trust.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Trust
Trust
FM in
FM.
Bombing County. And yeah, and the good thing about those radio stations in the other parts of the country is that if a radio station is in Bowman County, for example, it serves the adjacent counties, and that means that all of those adjacent counties are equally following the program as well, which is a very good thing to inform our people across the country. This platform being the place where the people get balanced information, is important that
Sure.
the information go across. So Diamond, it's great to have you here tonight again. I know you were busy at some point. I saw you at the Clay Ashland.
Yeah, Clay Ashland. Yeah.
Yeah, driving along the Clay Ashland Road. Diamond, I don't know, but some time ago whenever I heard the name Clay Ashland, I thought it was some um paved, you know, this kind of layout area, because the name alone, Clay Ashland, and most of the people from there, the way they say, cause I'm from Clay Ashland. You want to think that, yeah, but my first time going there, I was just looking around and saying, wow, Clay Ashland. Ah, okay. But how was it today? How did it go?
Well, I love to say thank you to J. Paul and the rest of the guys from Premium FM. Um, he's the lead for us at that station. He does a great job, making
Okay.
sure our program is aired. He's a wonderful fellow. I also love to say thank you to Chroma, Day of Trust FM, and everybody else relaying us. So similar experience I had because it's like when we're growing up, if they say this person is from Nukutan or from West Point, you
Mm,
know, you don't want to mess around that person. Reputation supersedes or precedes them. You know,
yeah.
that okay, this person is from West Point. You can try it, you try it, they'll get you country blue or they'll beat you and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
you already had that mindset that you don't mess with guys from West Point and Nuku Town, because they'll beat you until you get involved in a brawl with one and you beat that person and be like, oh, but what's this, myth around of that. That was what happened to me today. I've never been to Clay Ashland until I arrived there today. I've been to
Okay.
parts of Lower Virginia. And all of these things are based on love and how people grew up in those places. Those places are home to a lot of people. And based on their experiences there, they weren't so much talking about infrastructural development, but rather
Mm-hmm.
that kind of close knitted society and how they enjoyed their childhood and how proud they are to originate from places like Clay Ashland,
Yeah, Clay
Atchison,
Ashland.
yeah, the rest of the
I'm from
places. So
Carisburg.
Carisburg and the rest of the burgs and the villes. So it wasn't basically so much about the infrastructure development, but
Yeah,
rather about the sense of community, the sense of belongingness,
yeah,
the sense of this
yeah.
is where I grew up and I love the place and all of that. But getting there today, my excitement, it turned to sadness.
Why?
Yeah, you know, the first thing we went on a fast checking mission
Mm-hmm.
concerning the bridge, the Clay Ashland Bridge, if it's being constructed, if works are ongoing there. And
Okay.
that is a fact, works not ongoing there at the Clay Ashland Bridge. In fact, the time spent since work got suspended differs from July to June of this year.
Wow.
And we spoke with some of the guys on site. They decided to speak with us off camera after we had gone on our tour and got back. We met some of the guys there. Apparently, somebody told them that the TV station guys are there, so you guys need to make an appearance. And they told us that look, because of the rain, the level of the water and the intensity of the water flow, and they're not using machines to dump the water. They're not using machines to divert the water, so they are waiting for the water level to recede. But they
Wow.
stopped working before the July 26th. That was what we got from the construction guys. But from folks around there, they said the work stopped somewhere around June, May, June, thereabout. It's not about the time span, but the fact is there's no work ongoing at the bridge. The warehouses are all locked. And we made our way into the actual settlement. Um, Nelson, seeing the only clinic
Mm-hmm.
in such a dilapidated state, when you
Wow.
see the maternity bed, the delivery bed, is eaten up by rust. In fact, the OIC chose not to speak with us, but when we spoke with some patients who didn't want to be on TV, they lamented their ordeal at the clinic, at the health center there. There are no drugs. And this is just some kilometers out of the capital city, out of Broadview City. And Clay Ashland by itself is a city by itself. It's got
Oh
that
yeah.
status. It's got a mayor and all of that.
Mhm.
And the high school there, the W.D. Coleman School, still remember the name, the blackboards, the chairs, they all broken. And this is Montserrado County. This is just a stone throw away
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
from the capital, the political capital of our country. And you see these things happening on bike. Calculated the time from where we were picked up on a bike. I love to say thank you to the lady who gave us a bike to ride free of charge. You know, it's about 15 to 10 minutes on bike. Imagine somebody have to go through all of that, and you get to the health center and there's no drugs to treat you. You know,
Wow.
when it gets dark, it's pitch black. The clinic relies on solar powered, lights. There's no electricity, so you can't use electrical gadgets and all of those things. It tells us that
No
the
electricity
pathway of
at the hospital, at the health
no,
facility.
they use they use solar panel just for the lights. Even the
Wow.
water pump facility, the pumping water, facility that was installed, it's not working. I was told it has stopped working for about 2 weeks. By one of the patients there, that the water, because the OIC chose not to speak with us. Only one midwife at that particular facility. She's the midwife, she's the nurse, and everything. We went to the police station. By that time, the battery was done. The police station is like a warehouse.
Wow.
It's like a warehouse. When we asked how do they do policing, they said if it's a serious arrest, they have to get people from they have to get people from Iron Gate. They have to get police officers from Iron Gate to come and effect an arrest. So imagine
Wow.
if the time you get to call for backup, what
Yeah.
if the suspect or the culprit, flees, But
So
on the
so law
flip side, there are
enforcement,
still
law
historical sites
enforcement.
there. Yeah,
So,
that's the
so it
flip
means
side.
that health, security, law enforcement, accessibility in terms of road connectivity and everything is just
It's
way below
non-existent.
the
You can
belt.
say you can say
Wow.
it's non-existent.
Wow.
You can use
And
that kind of
you
description.
know, and you said it right, Diamond. Clay Ashland is not far from Monrovia. It's not far from the capital city. Is if we're talking about places like Sino County or Maryland County, then you say that those places are far away. Maybe you have to drive the entire day or up to 9 hours or 6 hours before getting there. But in the case of Clay Ashland, you're talking about just a stone throw from Montserrat County or from Monrovia. Sorry, from Monrovia. So if the people right next door would be having this kind of a situation, then you can imagine how serious this whole thing about our system is, from health to road connectivity to education and a lot more. But it can only get better, and we're gonna keep hoping that it gets better over time. Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah,
keep hoping it
you
gets
said it
better.
all, Nelson. And at the end of the day, they're not far from White Plains, where the electricity is generated.
Yeah, yeah,
Subsequently, transmitted and distributed to us, and they impage darkness. There are structures popping up, individual projects here and there, but the prices of basic commodities, due to the transportation constraints, a cup of rice is sold between $60 to $70. In fact, they had an argument when we asked them about the price of a cup of rice. Some are saying the further you go into the settlement, the more expensive things are. You talk about access to healthcare, you talk about access to education, and the story is the past failed us. The
yeah.
present is doing the same. And if we continue on the same path, the future is our children are going to inherit, something more dilapidated than what it is now. If you go and try to see remnants of what were there you get to see one or two structures in rooms, but in its entirety is a lot of bush, a lot of shrubs, a lot of grasses,
and
and all of that.
And talking about electricity in that particular area, especially considering the fact that it's not too far from the white plant where electricity is being generated from. Um, they I paid a visit some time ago to the Mount Coffin area, and what I noticed is that there is this connection, the adjacent communities. The places are connected gradually from the from the Mount Coffee area, the smaller towns and villages and all of those places. I noticed that most of those places were connected when I paid the visit along that corridor. So I'm equally thinking as to why a settlement like Clay Ashland will be left out. Like you now talking about darkness, the use of solar light at the health facility there, but then the solar is being used only for light. So you can imagine if there is an emergency situation that requires surgery, and
What kind
all
of
of those
drip?
kinds of stuff. Come again?
Surgery? You said what kind of drip? Surgery?
Yeah, I'm saying imagine
The
if you
people
have a
lack
situation.
the people lack medicine, actual over the counter medicine. It's not available.
Wow.
Then nursing, you carrying away to surgery. Carrying
And
away
I
to
think
surgery.
I'm not,
You have to be
it speaks.
bundled on board a bike, taken across the bridge. If a vehicle is available before, then you transport it to Iron Gate, to whatever medical facility they're going to transfer you to. So look at the time spent wasted on that could have saved your life. But this again lets us know the extent of how underdeveloped our country is, and how our people are taken for granted. Politicians come whenever they have stories to tell you. They tend to use these things as political projects, and our job is really on the field. On the field is where our job. This is where you really get to see the day-to-day realities. And I do enjoy being on the field, Nelson. It lets you come into contact with what is really happening. Yeah. So
Wow.
that you just don't be told by a third party, but you get to see it for yourself. Up to now, I'm still feeling down. I still feel down. Yeah.
Wow. And living in such an area is more like a, should I say, if I may say, a death trap or whatever, because emergency occurs at any time, just any time. Imagine the pregnant women at just any time they could develop the need for surgery or whatever. The kids, there could be some emergency situation and you want to get out quickly, you want to access certain places. Yeah, and it's just terrible, man. It's terrible. It's terrible. CEO, welcome, sir.
The welcome. Dama,
Yes, sir.
good days in my ear. He said I should say hi to you. He needs his stuff. That's why he said, good day. Let me put you on speaker now.
Good day in
Dama,
the
listen
CEO
to
ear.
you.
Hello to you.
Huh?
He said good day in your ear. He said hi to me. So I said good day like in the CEO ear. Hi to you too.
The man on speaker.
You
Good
get
day.
to my number. You know how to get to
Good
me.
day.
Dama, what's up? What's up, Dama?
I mean, a super bar. What else?
Good day. Good day is in a big.
You're on the radio?
Yeah, when you laugh, good day is in a big trouble. Good day is in a very big trouble.
How you on radio?
Let me know. Good day is in a big trouble. Good day. Should I tell them? The man called me. The man begging. The man crying. There's an
You know why I know it that the same trouble party, not small trouble.
Yeah, the man like somebody's daughter up in.
Now why I heard.
Imagine that. A situation you get handle.
You better call Mo Ali. The man better call Mo Ali. This is bad.
But why you call him Mo Ali? That Mo Ali know the formula, all of the things.
Yeah, I had to handle situation.
But I told the picking, I said, picking, don't do it. The picking, I sorry for my picking home. Good, I can't help you for this one, man. I can't. I can't help you, good. And Nelson said he will call you and give you some advice. Dama know this thing very well. Dama know how to deliver himself.
Situation before.
Me?
You've been in situation before. You can
No,
help Chief
no.
out.
I've only ever had one of such instances, and I had my son. So
Yeah, but
I haven't been in any of that
listen
situation.
though, I'm very surprised that good day went that right, you know. And I'm not picking, you know. Hey,
But they met in Papa. They met in Papa.
no, my man, I beg you, yeah. They're European people that you think they're here for your labyrinthine. Bring your mind, your palate, go talk. They did not bring your mind, your palate, go talk. I beg you, yeah.
Congratulations, brother. At least we can get Liberian Polish.
Yeah, like, oh. I will laugh at it. Seriously, you hired it. You know, you gotta stay, man. Hey, God. Hey, good. Let have the show, my man. Leave me alone because where I am right now, I can't help you. But I will talk to you and advise you. We got Sando Dazzle. The man is Dazzle. He from Bowman. He will give you advice. Call him. He will get you out of the show. And we got Women Pay. Women Pay is running to be Senator in Monserrado County. I don't know what a Women Pay is at Joseph. Damn, I'm concerned. Let's take a little few seconds because everybody running late today. I don't know why. But damn it, though. Yeah, damn it, I'm concerned. Seriously. Sir Joseph is kind of quiet. Are you feeling what I'm feeling? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Sir Joseph is kind of quiet. Why you think so? Damo, talk to us.
Well, it could be for many reasons. One of such reasons could be he probably feels he has done all of his groundworks, and so it's going to give him the dividends come October 10, or he's recalibrating from what information he's gathered so far, to come up with a different strategy or to re-energize his campaign. Another reason could be the fact that the president is on his tour and he doesn't want to do another kind of tour because they have to take all of the partisans to one location at a time. So he doesn't want to be in the scuffle for who's going to take who to where and all of that. So there could be many reasons. Only
Well, you are not talking about the women pay factor in here. Is it quiet because of women pay, or you just brushing off women pay?
No, I'm not brushing off the former United Party chairman because he's a candidate and he's got his own supporters and all of that. But to say it's because of women pay, that Sir Joseph is quiet, that would be a very unrefined statement to make, not backed by facts, because he's been in the waters before. He knows how to make it milky or make it clean. He knows the terrain. He's been working. And so the arrival of would-be rivals on the scene is not something that's going to make him quiet, in a sense that he's going to be intimidated by, an opponent in women pay or any other person. So the silence should
let me ask you this. You're making a very good point because we're bringing women pay. We are bringing in the former chairman of Unity Party Women Pay. We are bringing in Sandro Dazzle Johnson, former senator of Bowman County. But the name Women Pay, how strong is that name in Monserrado? How powerful, Damo? You've been doing this for a living, forever. How powerful is that name?
Well, the name Women Pay resonates with a lot of Liberians for different reasons, but the most obvious one is when he served as the chairman of the Unity Party. That so far is the biggest feather in his cap politically. Is he well entrenched with the voters of Monserrado County? Well, to a larger extent, he is, because he's also running on the Unity Party ticket, which is a very popular party. But aside that, how much of the popularity does he bring to the table himself? How active has he been prior to elections, a few months leading up to elections, when he announced his intention to be senator? How effective has he been? Remember, he was with the PRP before rejoining the United Party, and he took somewhat of a sabbatical away from politics, and that takes away from you as well.
Will the name Joseph Boyka elevate Women Pay?
Well, what I have to tell you is, especially the voters in Monserrado County, from the trend that they showed in the Abraham Darius Dillon election on those two occasions, they listen more to what you have to bring to the table in terms of representation. There's still a bunch that believes in what you can give them but the
And I
vote of
like this. I like this because we got 20 minutes to 9 o'clock, 20 minutes to 5 o'clock. I want us again, Diamond, stick with me because Dr. Richardson is at work. You know, school open on this side, so she's going back to work. Prince Maxwell, Mo Ali, Kohu, and the rest of the guys will be joining us very, very shortly. But we going to have this show. It is important to bring in women pay. Let's talk to women pay. We're bringing Sanu Dazzle Johnson in a few, but I want to question women pay. I want to know women pay. You know, this Sir Joseph Goodwill, Sir Joseph, you know, but something about Sir Joseph and CDC that women pay got a little hope on that because of CDC, you can call him, you know, Sir Joseph, Ebola, King Kong, and whatever you may term it. But something about Sir Joseph and CDC that women pay trying to tell the Liberians tonight. And we are on all of our network. So women pay will be speaking to you. Share the program, invite your friends, and let's listen because this is very, very important. Let's bring in our brother, women pay. Women paid, good evening. Good evening, your time. Good evening, your time. Thank you for joining us. It's good to have you in Spoon Studio. Let's set this thing straight. We are not friends. You have no endorsement from the Spoon Network. This is a private entity, so you accept our hard questions because we want to make it very clear that Liberia deserves better. But we're glad to have you, former chairman, Women Pay.
Thank you, Stanton, and I'm excited to be here after a long spell. It's an opportunity to be here and talk to you, talk to our people, and I appreciate all of your assessments. And I'm happy that I'm presumed to be the underdog in the race, which also gives me the opportunity to plan my strategy well. And that's how my political life has been going. And I've always prevailed where people have underestimated me, but that's beside the point. And I like what you said, Liberia deserves better. And what we are talking about here is more than a title. And I know voters across Monserrado County, when I was petitioned, I think this is one of the rare moments when an actor, a person was requested to contest and not orchestrating to contest. And so I'm excited and I appreciate those who saw that. And what we're talking about here is about a country that is down that is heading the wrong direction. And if you have followed closely what is happening, firstly, you live in the US and you follow what a legislature is and what is rule. And I'm happy that former Senator Sandro Johnson is here. He will even shed light because the legislature is more than just the way you see it. Because those who framed our constitution, they designed it in such a way that there are functions assigned to the different branches. There is an executive branch, which in which the executive powers of the republic are vested, and the executive exercises that. Then there is a judiciary which interprets the constitution, that is the cardinal, that is the law, the fundamental law, the organic law of the nation, around which and upon which all other laws, are put together. And then there is the legislature, a bicameral legislature. And this bicameral legislature is divided into two organs: an upper house of about 30 individuals, two from each of the 15 counties, and then you have a lower house of about 73 others from across the 73 electoral districts. I hope that one of these days we can reach to the point where we'll be talking about constituency, as it is clearly stated in our constitution, but we haven't got to that yet because the legislature and the government of the day have all been reluctant for maybe for sectional reason. Other people feel that populated regions will overshadow less populated regions, but obviously that's democracy. Democracy is a question. That's why you in the US, Detroit, if you look at the per capita GDP of the state, the contribution of the state of Detroit, and where the auto industry of the US is based. Look at the representation of Detroit in the US Congress. Compare that to other regions, other states in the US. So I think we need to graduate to the level where we'll have a better understanding. But it takes only people who understand what democracy is, what representation is, and members of the legislature here in our country themselves say there are three cardinal functions: the advocacy, lawmaking, and representation. Even though, according to the frameworks of our constitution, it's actually one function, but how you
So we'll come
execute
to
it,
that, Mr. Pay. We'll come to that.
make
You
it,
know, I
make
like to
it
keep
separate.
things. I like to
So
keep things. I like to keep things local. You know,
yeah,
when people
yeah,
make that comparison with Detroit, Michigan, the auto industry, and all that, listen, this is America, structure country. Let's keep the right, mommy. Let's keep it local in Liberia. We ain't there yet. We ain't start manufacturing cars yet. I know where you're coming from, though. But let's talk about the Liberian people. You're asking them, those in Montserrat, to vote for you.
yeah.
I want to give you another two. Hold on, sir. I beg you. I want to give you another 2 minutes. Talk to your people why they should vote for you. Why are you on Spoon Talk tonight? Then we'll come in with the question.
Thank you, thank you. Firstly, Wilmot Pay, if you are in Todi, and Monserrado County has about 7 cities. Earlier, Diamond and Colette were talking about their experience and what Diamond had experienced in Clay Ashland. Monserrado has about 7 cities: Monrovia, Pinsville, Carisburg. Then you have Todi, and then Clay Ashland, Atchison, Brewerville. All of these places are considered to be cities under our law created. Then you have clans that are also part of Monserrado County. Then you have townships. Of course, you have one borough, which is the borough of Newtown. Now, what is at stake? What is important here is the people in Todi, the people in Brewerville, and Monserrado has remote places. The 400 or almost 430 communities, about 428 communities across this county, Monserrado County. And it's important for the people to understand why, first of all, they go to the polls, why they elect a representative or a senator. In this case, our attention is on who becomes the senator of Monserrado County. Firstly, who is a senator? Who becomes a senator? Wilmot P. is one of 8 individuals who have presented themselves to seek the trust and confidence of the people of Monserrado County, where you are talking about more than 900,000 registered voters. In other words, Monserrado County has almost 35% of the population of this country. When Monserrado County sneezes, the rest of Liberia catches the cold. Now, Wilmot P. is somebody who has been around for a while, more than 20 years of administrative, managerial, and leadership roles. And when you check and evaluate, you critically look at all those who are in this race, who could be more suitable a representative for the people of Monserrado County than Wilmot P. Somebody who has been able to lead a political party. And besides leading a political party, I started as a student leader, former student leader, activist, somebody who participated in human rights advocacy across this country, somebody who wrote for the New Democrats and all of that, and somebody who has stood and has been tested. Because I am a leader, Wilmot P. is a leader by choice, not by coincidence or accidents. You know, there are some people who are leaders who become leaders by accident or coincidence. And when you become a leader by coincidence or by accident, then tragedy awaits the people you are going to lead, because it's a matter of trial and error. Because leadership is something that is developed. and you develop it over years of experience. I'm a principle-driven person, somebody who has worked besides the fact that I've been an advocate, and the lawmakers themselves, the senators will tell you, they say one of their cardinal functions is what? Advocacy. And I started as an advocate first and foremost. So I'm not a starter. I'm not somebody who's going to go into the legislature not knowing where to start from. And the other thing is that administratively,
wait, man, Mr. Pay, let just give a chance more, because now the guys are coming on bit by bit. We got Prince Maxwell and we got Abula Mame. We have fun tonight. We'll discuss the issue. I will bring in my older brother Dazzle Johnson to join this conversation, because Liberians want to hear something. One of the biggest county, Prince Abula, is Montserrado.
Yeah.
The largest of the population, registered voter, they are all in Montserrado. The entire 15 county find themselves in Montserrado, that one county. Women Pay former chairman Unity Party. It will be a rough interview tonight, and I hope Women Pay is ready. I'm really saying something serious, because this is about Montserrado. So first of all, we want to say to you, we are getting information, and this was on air. Your political leader, Ambassador Joseph Yima Boaka, returned to the country. It was on Spoon. He lost sharp like fresh money. And
even though he was flown out of here sick.
Yeah, he lost sharp like fresh money. He's back in the country. He's he met his folks, and now he's home. Again, we're going to talk about JMB trip, what you know, because you serve as a chairman for Unity Party. Let me ask you my first question. You were kicked out of the party, am I correct? Or you resigned from the Unity Party, am I correct?
I think that's the best way, a better way to put it. Resigned. Obviously, we did have disagreement within the party, but I think what is more important right now.
Did you resign or you were kicked out?
Resign. What is more important? What is more important is that the Unity Party, the fact that the Unity Party is a mature political party, if not the most mature political party in the country, and this is what people need to focus on. That the leadership of the Unity Party under Joseph Yuma Boakai and those who are in charge will see the need to say, look, let's put our house back in order. I think this is the kind of leadership you need in the country. A leadership that is willing to reconcile its past and move forward. And if you cannot see that strength, that as a strength, then I don't know what kind of leadership, what kind of person you are. So sometimes people talk about, oh yeah, you left the party, and so what? Who hasn't left any political party here? What is wrong? Even in the CDC, you have a Eugene Nangbe, you have all of the people who are even playing key roles in that party. Even at one point, George Weah himself had to do dress after he had contested in 2005 unsuccessfully. So what is wrong with that? I think what matters is the character is what people should focus on. In all of the different roles that Wilmer Pay has played, what can you say about him? I think this is important.
So before we do that, because for a very long time, this is my first time interviewing you, maybe my second time. I got to go back in history. Before we do that, though, let me ask you my second question. We're bringing Mame and Prince Maxwell. What were the disagreements that caused you to leave your party, and how did you come back? How did you return to Unity Party?
I think the first thing I like to focus more on how I came back and why I came back and how that has been helpful to the party.
So you're not answering my question about the disagreement, sir?
No, but it's past. The past.
People want to know. People want to vote for you, and the people want to know why you left.
No, but the issue is, the most important thing is, what do the people of Montserrado County need now? What is their focus? What is important now? And of course, it is not that I'm trying to gloss over it. We did have a disagreement, but we resolved the disagreement. So why is it important right now? Why is it important right now? when you have a disagreement. A political party is an organization with diversity. And then at some point, people disagree. And then after the disagreement is eventually resolved, you come together, you pick up from there. I think this is more important. What Liberians want.
But why
and
you
what
tell a Liberian? Why you tell a Liberian what important and you backing them for the vote? You asking the people say can't vote for me, and the people asking you why you left our party. And you said
no, but nobody.
answer
I'm
that
coming now.
woman
No, I'm coming now. I think you are getting it wrong. No, the people in the Unity Party could not have been asking Wilmer Pay why you left our party, and Wilmer Pay became a consensus candidate. We became a consensus candidate. You check the
so on the
record.
Unity Party people, you want them to vote for you, or you talking across the aisle? Because some sedition, some members from Lino, members from LPP, members from CPP, they want to know you, Wilmer Pay. But the question remains: you left the party, you came back.
So what?
But listen, now
Yeah.
let me finish. I beg you, Wilmer Pay. You left the party as a, and you came back as a prodigal son. Did you beg them? Did the party go? Did they go after you and beg you to come back? Why did you leave? Who talked you to come back?
Whatever approach was used, I think what is important and what I want you, Stanton, and the listening people and the voters of Bonsoraro County to know is that the Unity Party did resolve its internal issues. Whatever the disagreements were, the Unity Party being a mature party, they headed by leaders who saw the need to reconcile the party and prepare the party to rescue this country from what is happening in this country, the wretch that the country has become, the tragedy that it has become. Did see the need and reconcile its past and decided and build a consensus. I think this is more important. That's why I'm emphasizing that the party built a consensus. If a party that is as big as a Unity Party, the fact that it could reach a consensus and have a nominee by consensus, which politician would not want that kind of approbation?
All right, so let's welcome our big brother, Senator Dazzle Johnson, to the show. Senator Johnson, it's good to have you, and I understand we'll be asking both of you questions, because due to the election season, a lot of people coming on Spoon Talk. We have I think her name is Barbara Daba. Can you give me the right name? Wilmer Pay Daba, right? Is that her name?
Daba
Babla. She will be. Thank you. Yeah, she will be our guest. She will be our guest tomorrow. Daba Baba, and again a lot of jam schedule.
She's the senior national vice chair person of the Unity Party, the number 2, the principal deputy to the national.
And can you tell us a little more which county she running? Which county?
Grand Cape County.
Grand Cape. Thank you very much. And she will be our guest tomorrow. She will be in studio, so we got to just squeeze everybody in. But again, you are welcome to the show, Dazzle.
Yeah, thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Mame, and I go to Prince Maxwell. Again, you can ask your question to either Dazzle or Wilmer Pay. But I'm yet still Wilmer didn't answer our question. I will push in a little bit.
But then restate your question.
No. I gotta give others a chance, and I will come back and you will answer, I believe. Mame, help us. We have the former chairman, Unity Party, Wilmer Pay, and Senator Sando Dazzle Johnson.
Thank you, Stanton, and good to be here again today, Mr. Pay, Senator Johnson. It's good to be on the platform with you. I represent the Liberian People Party of Councillor Gonglo on the show as a panelist, so it's good to be interacting with you all. Chairman Pay, your record of the past, you need to speak to it more than how you're responding. That's my suggestion. If you feel your response is sufficient, it's fine. In less than 1 year, you had troubled past with 2 political parties. In less than 2 years, rather, you had troubled past with 2 political parties. The Unity Party announced that they expelled you. You went to a new political party. peace be to his ashes, Dr. Cassell. In less than 2 years, that other party also announced that you were expelled. Party officials signed resolution, casting all type of description of your leadership style. And it ended the way it ended. The news were in the papers. So to just conclude that, we resolve our issue, to me is not sufficient. You come into the public, you need to be transparent. So my question to you is, yes, you and United Party resolved the issue, but you and the other party did not resolve the issue. So what is the issue? Why do people keep expelling you from parties?
I think, Mame, you can't quote history to its maker. I wasn't expelled from any political party. I think you need to check. When you are on public platforms like this, you should be factual and evidence-based. I think you need to check your fact. And I'm going to forward to you, Stanton, so you can read it, whether whatever I say here is true or not. I am an empirical individual, and I hate for people to misrepresent issues. It is not fair to say that I was expelled from political parties. It's not true. Even the very Unity Party you referenced, you can talk to the leadership of the Unity Party. I wasn't expelled. I did resign from the Unity Party. You check the record. So you see, the tragedy of our nation is that those of us who profess to be knowledgeable and informed, we try to mislead those who we assume not to be as enlightened as we are. Even in the PLP, I just forwarded to you, Stanton, please read that. I just forwarded to you a communication. I wasn't expelled from the PLP. I resigned from the PLP, and the records are clear. But what is important now?
I'm sorry, I don't have what you say you sent. Can you resend it? I don't have it.
I just sent it to you. I just sent
it on WhatsApp.
I think on this same platform, Stanton, you need to be fair to me, because I appear on this same platform. These very questions you raising were asked with you, and we answered that, and we resolved the issue. I think you should go back to your archive. But what is important now is
I just want to show to the people, because it's very important now. You are on Spoon. I'm begging you. If you are saying that those are misleading information, send me what you say you send me. Let me post it for people to see it.
Yeah. I'm sending it to you right now.
Or you can give it to the producer in studio. He will put it up.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I can send it right now. Because you see, what is the sad thing about our country is that we soon some of us have short memory. We're not focusing on the character, the individual, the experience, what he or she brings, the ability, based on what is required of a public office, whether elective or appointed position. But we want to dwell on the trivial things. And everything that happens in this country is factual. In fact, that's the very reason why voters in Todi across Monserrado County have a candidate that they can trust. The fact that you have a candidate whose system cannot change. This is important, because some people conform to a system. And my politics is completely different. My politics is I go in to change a system. It is not the title that can transform you, but it's rather you who, when given the trust of the people, should be in the positions to trust. What is happening in Monserrado County? How can we transform? Look at our country. Right, Liberia recently.
Yes. Mr. P, I'm sorry. We'll get to the issues around Monserrado. I got a question on that. We'll get to the issues around Monserrado. We'll get to the issue around your style of leadership and what you bring into the legislature. You made statement on the platform that people who claim to know can come to misinform. I'm not a member of your party. The source of my information are credible news outlets. The Front Page Africa reported that you were expelled. I will share the story with Spoon, and he can put it up. You on the other side claim you were not expelled. It is your word versus the other people's word. So by me reading and any other person reading credible news outlet that reported that you were expelled doesn't mean we are misrepresenting the facts. Your word is against other people's word.
No, mommy. Even if something is reported in a newspaper, doesn't necessarily make it right. I practice journalism too myself.
So what made you right?
What made me right is the evidence. I just send it to Stanton.
Okay, so
Stanton, you
evidence,
check it.
Stanton?
Yeah, you check it. Yeah, is that the evidence? The photo?
Again, I don't have it. I'm going through my WhatsApp. If you can give it to Nelson in studio, let Nelson will help us. Nelson, can you send it to me? I believe maybe because of the internet connectivity. I'm not saying you didn't send it, but ask Nelson to please cut it and put it up. Memek, you can continue. Then from there, we'll bring in the former Senator, Honorable Dazo.
Okay, so I just send you my own news story about it. But to the issue, outside of that, because the thing about your expulsion and your resignation has always been an issue of your word versus other people's word. The political parties say you were expelled, you say you were not expelled. But coming to the legislature, I know you will.
But I think we need to be clear. You need to give me one piece of evidence that says the Unity Party expelled me first. Saying you are trying to make reference. So bring the evidence first, then we'll pick up from there, please.
I just share the evidence with the Labibole. I just share the news story. I told you I'm not in your party. It's your party who spoke and said you were expelled.
But you are a member of the LPP. So you think that it's not your word versus mine too, right? Why do you think the public should listen to you and not listen to me?
The public is not listening to me. I'm making reference to a front page Africa story from your political party. Not me saying it.
But a front page publication also carry my version. So why don't you even go further?
So that's why I say it is your version versus your party's version. So you can't blame me.
Party's version? The Unity Party's version?
No, the party of Dadoki Asel.
No, but you saying words that you want me to believe, right?
Wilmot, I said your party expelled you and the story was reported widely in the media. You said you were not expelled. You said you were not expelled. Fine. So
I'm saying it's not true because the reason I'm saying it's not true is because I sat right here in this very place where I'm sitting, and that same issue was raised and clarified. So maybe at that time you were not connected to the Spoon network. So I'm giving you information what you need to do now. And fortunately for me, you just admitted that you're from the LPP. So why should I believe you? And when you have a candidate in Monserrado County,
nobody is believing me. I'm quoting a source. They should believe or disbelieve the source, not me. I'm quoting a credible news outline that reported you were expelled.
But what makes you were not credible than what I'm saying? What makes front page more credible when I am the actor?
So provide the evidence now that you were not expelled. So they can put it up.
I've supplied the evidence.
Good. So your evidence you supply versus the front page Africa will be left with the public to judge.
You know, and this is it's unfortunate. Here we're talking about representation of Monserrado County. And you know it's a tactic that I'm used to. Instead of giving the opportunity to the voters of Monserrado County to listen to what our vision is, why the Unity Party in its wisdom decided to nominate Wilmer P. without contention.
My second question.
No, it's important. It's important because the voters deserve to understand, to know. And you want us to drag on issues that are not going to contribute to the well-being of the livelihood of the citizens of Monserrado County and by extension Liberia. And that is my concern.
My second question.
Because, your second question.
And the reason why I want us to move to the second question, because we can't find resolution on the first issue.
Yeah, because I can't agree with you, you know, because you're not saying the truth.
Wilmot, if you want to stick on the issue, I can waive my second question and we'll stick on the issue.
No, we can't. If we were to stick on it, you'll be the loser because you haven't
I didn't come here
fact-checked.
to win. I came here to ask you questions so you can have the opportunity to speak to your people. I said there is credible news report from your political party that you were expelled. You said
But
no.
that's generalization.
So
That's general.
You said no, you were not expelled. I said fine, no problem. Provide the evidence that you were not expelled. I provide a news story that you were expelled, and be left with the public to judge.
So let me ask you a question, Mame. I beg you, we shouldn't dwell on this because we are taking off time. Let me ask you a question. You are saying he was expelled from which political party? Both?
I have evidence that he was expelled from the latter political party, the political party of Dr.
The late Dr. How you call him? Cassell.
Cassell, exactly. And I shared that with you.
Okay. Your evidence is newspaper evidence, correct?
Yeah, that's
all
it.
right.
Correct.
So let me ask Wimape, set this thing for us, please. And let's move on because Liberian people want your substance.
Surely.
Women, were you expelled from PLP?
No, I resigned from the PLP.
Okay.
I did resign, and the evidence is there.
You show me a document. You show me a document here. Is this document about PLP or Unity Party?
But read it.
No, it's too
about
dark.
PLP.
I'm trying to call it and put it up. I just got it. Okay.
It's about PLP. It's about PLP. My resignation letter to the PLP.
Okay. So now we move. So Mame, he said he resigned from PLP. You want to ask about Unity Party? Did you resign from Unity Party prior to you being suspended, or you were suspended then later resign?
And let me help Mommy and all of you and those who may not have followed what transpired in the Unity Party. The Unity Party, as a political party, as a result of disagreement over the demonstration, the protests, as we called it at the time, of November the 30th, which didn't happen, but later was deferred to January the 6th because of disagreements within the party at the leadership level over whether the party should take part or not against a position which we were critical of. And thank God history has proven us right today that what we foresaw, and that's about leadership. The leaders are people who look into the future. They are able to see afar, and sometimes not all of us in leadership will see what everybody will see. We had a disagreement. Nobody will tell you in the Unity Party Wimape was expelled for corruption, for disrespecting or whatever. But we disagree, and eventually the party, majority of the party, people and parties are run by democratic tendencies. And then we disagree and we're suspended. And then we too felt strong enough about our position, and that issue was not resolved. It even went to the court. It was not resolved, and we had to resign. I think that is it. So Mame should be able to know that.
So you were suspended, then later you resigned.
Yes.
Okay.
That
thank
is
you, Mame. So Mame, you have his both party version, man. Can you put this in gear? I gotta go to Dazzle. I got a very important question.
Definitely, I want us to move forward. I want us to move forward. Something asks you from the beginning of the show on why the people should vote for you. I didn't get anything much from what you said, so that's why I want to bring it back. I know you personally, women. I got respect for your courage to stand up. I know that. That's your record. What I don't have confidence in, and I don't know about, and I want you to speak to while you're on the show as an opportunity to your people. What specific expertise are you taking to the legislature in terms of addressing unemployment issue? The county you want to represent is the most populated county. Job issues are on the table. Sanitation on the table. What are you taking? And I want specific response to how you intend to work in the legislature to improve job outcomes for young people in Monserrado County?
Very good. And I like the way you presented it. Firstly, you're talking to somebody who was special assistant to the Minister of Gender and Development during the 2005 and 2004, from 2004 to 2005, during the transitional government. Somebody who later who assisted in development of the 2004-2005 strategic 2-year strategic women action plan. We call it SWAP, and assisted. And that plan was developed, was sponsored. The development of that plan was sponsored by the Africa Center for Gender and Development in Addis Ababa. Heda Tadria was the facilitator, and we assisted her. And you're talking about somebody who was a team leader for Liberia's Beijing +10 implementation review report in 2005, and somebody who participated at several levels, and who is a planner, a strategist, an administrator, and a manager at different levels. Somebody who later became assistant minister for research and technical services in the Ministry of Gender and Development after the 2005 election, and who went on to become a consultant and participated in the first ever institutional capacity assessment that was ever commissioned by the newly elected government of former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in 2006. And that assessment was done on the ministry, that institutional assessment was done on the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And my partner was Professor Moses P. Roberts Sr. That assessment report became a model, an example that the former president even used it and directed all other ministers and of government and other heads of entity to begin, or other entities to even use it as a model. This is the person you are talking about. Eventually, after that, I was transferred to the Ministry of Transport as an assistant minister for land and rail transport. And when you are in the country, the very driver's license we are using now. At the time, we're using the plastic. We're using plastic. Yeah, I'm coming now. No, he asked for my experience. I need to talk about my experience.
No, so
Mr. Pay, allow him to interrupt you, please. I think you have given him enough.
You have given a lot. So you see the thing about experience and competence, you can always highlight them. My specific question to you is, the young people in Monserrado County need job.
Good.
They don't have job.
Well, I'm coming to that though.
So yes, so that's what they want to hear from you now.
I'm coming to that because you see, I am the only person running for the Senate in 2023 in Monserrado County who has a clear plan, a vision. I'm showing it to you, and I will send a copy to you, Stanton, so you can make reference to it and even deliberate on it. Firstly, you have to identify what the problems are in Monserrado County and by extension across Liberia before you can have. Take, for example, agriculture. Before the Civil War, agriculture alone as a sector provided more than 70, accounted for more than 70% of the labor force of this country. And we can make agriculture to even to work. And how do you do it? It's important. This is a country where people own land, fertile, a rich farmland. Somebody owns about maybe 50 hectares. And that person is living in misery. Our plan, as Senator of Monserrado County, takes into consideration the fact that you need to look at somebody who owns land, but the person cannot even afford what is called collateral in banks if he wants to develop the farmland. If you want to invest in it, say you want to plant cocoa or other cash crop, that landowner doesn't have that opportunity. What we are taking to the Senate is the legislature can use, in fact, right now, you can say, look, you know what? The farmer does not need any other, the landowner does not need any other collateral. In other countries, and right here in Ghana, for example, all that farmer needs to do is to take his title deed, the proof of his ownership, to the Ghana Cocoa Board. The Ghana Cocoa Board will then go and assess that the suitability of that particular farmland to cocoa or whatever cash crop. When that happens and the cocoa board is convinced, this cocoa board down will sit down and agree with the farmer. You sign an agreement, and then the cocoa board down will invest in that land, set up the management system, agree with the farmer that as the cocoa is harvested, over time, certain percentage of it is going up from the revenue is going to the farmer. But then when the full investment is paid for, the farm eventually reverts to the farmer. That's how you change. That's how you change it, and that's just agriculture.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr.
That's
Pay.
agriculture.
Mr. Pay, before I go to Dazzle, we are not many, and we're bringing Mr. Maxwell to ask his question. Do you think you can beat Sir Joseph?
No, not that I think. We have beaten him already because he doesn't even have a message for the people. First and foremost, what is the role of a senator? Sir Joseph doesn't even understand what his role is in the first place. The National Transit Authority, our Assistant Minister for Land and Rail Transport, when the National Transit Authority was established by an act of the legislature to provide mass transport service, just as you have Greyhound and other bus service companies in the US that you know of. But what is happening? The NT is dead. Sir Joseph has killed it. He and George Weah and the administration have killed it by creating a parallel organization. But yet, here is the senator who chairs the Senate Committee on the on the executive, meaning he is the number 3 person in the Senate. In other words, if the NTA as an entity is now living up to the purpose for which it was established, this senator can prevail on his government through the advocacy that they make a lot of noise about, through representation, to make the NTA to function, rather than creating a parallel organization. And this very Sir Joseph that you're talking about, as at last year, and I will not lie here, I will say things that you can verify. He owns a company called Wilson, which ArcelorMittal contracted to provide trucking services. This is not Wilmer Pay saying. The records are there. Is that the role of a senator? No. That's not a role of a senator. You can't be referee and player. Earning millions of dollars, US dollars.
So you are saying that, women, we get enough time. I want to give you sufficient time to outline these things because you are on 6 radio stations right now in and out of Montserrado County. So I want the people to understand you. Let's take our own time and enjoy ourselves. I'm going to pause you a minute because what you're talking about, Sir Joseph, have a company with ArcelorMittal. You say it's a truck company? He feeding ArcelorMittal with trucks?
Wilson, W-I-L.
Yeah, we understand the name, but for what reason, the purpose of the company? What does it do?
A trucking company.
A trucking company.
A trucking company. Yeah, a trucking company.
So Sir Joseph get a trucking company with ArcelorMittal, then he get his bus company
as at the end of last year.
Wow.
And ArcelorMittal was paying millions of dollars to him. I mean, this is something you can verify. And recently, maybe you don't know, the Ministry of Public Works admitted before the Senate through Kwesi that the very Sir Joseph and Thomas Fowler were awarded a road project that they could not even deliver. And the Public Works Ministry cannot even account for that amount. That one you can say.
So Sir Joseph took money for road projects. Let me pause you and bring in Senator Dazo before we go to Maxwell. Senator, you serve Senator Sano Dazo Johnson. Thank you for joining us and patiently waiting. Talk to us, man. You are overseeing all these things from bombing to Montserrat. You understanding that if it is true, what Women Pay is saying, Sir Joseph, you serve as senator, how bad it is to do business with private entity and other stuff.
Let me, I wouldn't doubt what Honorable P is saying, but I like to be fair with people. I'm just hearing that he has a company that is working for Ashland, and then they have a road contract. And so,
trucking service.
Trucking contract.
Provides trucking service.
And then they have another contract to do road.
Yes.
Well, I don't have fact to that, so I wouldn't want to speak to that now because I don't have the evidence. So I can say that he has it. When he provides them, they will take the debate from there. And so I want to leave that. Let us come to the issue of bombing and jail.
No, I understand. I'm not saying that you should confirm what Women Pay is saying. You serve in a position that you can speak to us and tell Liberian people, is this pay to play? How bad it is? If it is true, that Sir Joseph is double dipping, getting the road project, getting the bus company and killing the NTA, sending all his trucks to Asada Mitar and Western Cluster, and all the money coming from George Manawia about his school. If these things are true, that Sir Joseph is doing them, not as a senator or private citizen, but getting money from the government. You were in a position as a senator before. How terrible is this? I want you to talk to us about that.
One thing I know, no government official, senator, representative, minister, supposed to be or should be aware that whether a government contract is a conflict of interest.
Yes, Article 90 of the 1986 Constitution.
Once you are a government official, elected, appointed, the government of Liberia should not give you a contract or you should not bid for any contract. It's in violation of our Constitution. It's called conflict of interest. And that's why President Joseph Yuma Boakai, I'm supporting him because we have said, Mr. Waterspoon, when you want to audit the government and you want to know what really happened, we're not going after the guys who stole 10,000. All the contracts that were awarded, all the contracts, all. How they got it? Did they go through the PPCC process? Did they go through the bidding process? How they got those contracts? How the monies were used? There where President Boakai is going to be, he's going to focus on that. And by the time you do that, you will catch all the criminals. Be a legislator, be a minister, be anybody, you will catch them. Take for example, the license plate contract that has been awarded to one other group. Just go and audit that contract. By the time you do that, you will catch a real criminal in
the license plate contract is, again, we'll talk about that, but since you make mention of it, I just want Mame and Prince Maxwell to know over $9 million or $900 million that George Weah personally got involved with that. George Weah is personally because he got the money from that. We have, let me say this, Dazo. That's what let me say. We got a document, but I'm waiting for next week to go into the transport ministry and the license plate because George Weah pointed and he told the transport minister, give them this contract because it is my interest. George we are making huge amount of money from that license plate contract. But let me with this story on Dazo.
We are aware of that. That's what we said. President Boakai. And I'm supporting him because of that. One of the reasons why I'm supporting him. And that's one of the reasons why we died for him. Just all the contract, all the rules contract that was awarded to people, contractors, be a Liberian, non-Liberian, you know exactly what happened. And then we catch the criminals. And that can only be done. We talk about all the contracts, all the
I understand. That's why I will bring you because you got a lot from Bombing County. Let me hold you right there, Honorable Dazo, and bring in Prince Maxwell. Prince, I want us to focus on this because we got Women Pay. Women Pay is running to unseat. He said, you know what, it's an open seat now. I want to be your senator, Monserrado County. But he came with 3 strikes. One is very important. Chair on executive, Sir Joseph, have a contract with Asara Mita, giving them a lot of trucks. A contract with Western Cluster, giving them a lot of trucks. If it is true, the people of Monserrado should be concerned that Sir Joseph is dipping into the money. That's why Western Cluster and Asara Mita cannot do what they promised to do, because Sir Joseph is defending them in the Senate. 1. 2, we will open the phone line, might as well, and ask Liberian how many of them riding on MTA. When we were later, we used to call it MTA, Monrovia Transport Service, right? Authority, Monrovia Transport Authority when we were little. But now, Sir Joseph killed MTA, and he brought in KW buses, and he making money. That's what my parents is saying about, we following the story. 3, the College of Sir Joseph building is in the name Sir Joseph. Help us understand. The 4th one is the road issue. They gave Sir Joseph money to face road. Spoon was in Clay Ashland today. When the public work minister said we faced the breach, she lied. But come in and let's settle this. We want Liberians to keep focused, because we will remain transparent. We beat on Women Pay because he left Unity Party and he came back. He corrected the story. That's just the story. But again, let's talk about Sir Joseph. Let's be fair here. He come in, Prinzo.
Well, Stanton, this is what, first and foremost, before I come in, let me say hello to Dazo, my big brother. Dazo and myself worked together for many years, and I have great respect for him. Right. I remember when he took me to his farm, and we sat down and we talked, and he told me some traditional things. So I do remember that. I remember that very, very well. Thank you, big brother, for that wisdom you passed to me, because it has kept me safe to this day.
Thank you.
Mr. Pei, welcome again. First and foremost, I would just simply say this. I think the reason why we are all here, because we know that the George Weah government has become a pathological liar. Mm-hmm. They lie out of their teeth, as if they said nobody went to school, as if they said people are not smart enough in Liberia. The last time I sat down here and I said to the Liberian people that are listening, people in Liberia went through 14 years of civil war. They are smart, they are not stupid. So if you think they are stupid, then that means you yourself is stupid in some way or other. So if a minister of public works is going to a community and said they build a bridge and they didn't build a bridge, then that's a problem. But let me connect this to you if I ask Honorable Pei the question. We saw the same thing happen just yesterday. The government went in front of the Senate, their colleagues, and was defending a company as if to say they were working for the company. The simplest of question was asked to them: did the concession company build the hospital they promised they were going to build? They couldn't answer that question. And believe me, when I left the show yesterday, I went to bed, I could not fathom it in my head, knowing fully well that healthcare is one of the most downgraded sector in the country. And a concession company promised to build a hospital, and there was no monitoring, evaluation, and follow-up to make sure that hospital was built. That, I would say, is a derogation of duty on the part of the government. Everybody else is involved. There is absolutely no excuse on the part of the government to have made sure that that hospital was built in that concession agreement. Now, with that being said, Honorable Pei, I do support wholeheartedly and I believe in Dr. Clarence Moniba. So I'm not going to be biased with this question I'm about to ask you. Yeah. You have been a public servant in Liberia for a very, very long time. You're a household name in Liberia. And you have served with your heart, you served with your mind, and you've served with your soul, the Liberian people. I thank you for that. But over the years, like my colleague said, because you were at the echelon of power, certainly there were political conflicts in your career as you went on. I'm not going to sit here and judge you based on our political conflicts because the Liberian people are looking at the future right now. I think you can agree with me, Big Dazzle and Mr. P, that the Liberian people are frustrated.
Very well.
They are angry. And like I always said to our brilliant host here, Stanton, he brings his salt and pepper because he knows how angry the Liberian people are. He plays it every day. People are booing, people are jobless, people are taking drugs, people are unemployed. And you are sitting before the Liberian people and saying, I am a better person than everybody else in this race. And I want to represent you in the Senate. And we know, I mean, in the House of Legislature. And we know that in the House of Legislature, they have completely negated their responsibility of oversight on this government. We know full well they have let themselves down because of the way in which the country is going. My first question to you is, what will you do different? Because people know you. They know your career path. They know your history. They know your ceiling and they know your flow. What will you do different to break the glass ceiling that we are faced with in Liberia right now that's been preventing us from moving forward into the future? That's my question number one.
Thank you, Prince. And I think you couldn't have said it any better than that. And this is where we are. And you just stated it rightly that a lot is at stake. And for me, this is what we bring. Firstly, let's look at the situation of job creation. The legislature can create jobs. And this is it's not just about talking it. The lawmakers can create jobs. They can expand revenue. How do they do it? Let's take, for example, even the construction sector of the country. You know, right now, our budget has not even passed $700-800 million. And we talk about that. When you say that, the people say, oh, but we don't have enough revenue. And when the World Bank or whoever bought a Electoral organization gives us $20 million, we have press conference about that. We don't need aid. What we need is the ability to transform our country. And I'm sitting here telling you that this country has 26 different valuable minerals beneath the soil that we are sitting on. And I'm saying it because I'm a mining engineer by training. The only thing you probably know is iron ore, diamond, and gold. The way we have been able to handle and manage our resources has been the issue. And that has more to do with leadership, the lack of leadership. Here we are. Even in the past, we used to have joint venture. Why do you own something and then somebody comes from some Asian country or somewhere and they tell you, give it to me, let's sign agreement, then I'll pay royalty on it to you. That's why some of us were critical in 2005 when the transitional government decided to even award the MDA to ArcelorMittal because we own it. We own it. We own the old deposit. So we need to do it differently. And you look at insurance, for example. That's a sector that is dormant. We don't even have a regulatory body. When anything happens to you, wherever you are in advanced countries, insurance steps in. This country does not even have that. We still have functions, segments of the function performed by central bank. Then some of it performed by transport ministry. We need a body to regulate that sector. And here is what will happen. And this is what we will be pushing. When you have an autonomous body to manage the insurance sector, you will begin to see that sector will boom. Even properties in this country are not insured. That's why when somebody's home is burned in Logan Town, there's an SOS that is sent right there to Spoon TV or Spoon FM or to other radio stations calling for assistance, for intervention, which does not solve the problem anyway. What are we taking to the Senate? We need to reform the insurance law so that the Republic can have a mandatory insurance scheme for homes. When that happens, the sector will begin to boom. And as the sector booms, more young people who are graduating from universities and colleges with degrees that they can't find jobs will find employment. And when that happens, the government will now, the revenue base will begin to expand. Government will have more revenue to put into agriculture, to put into health, to put into education, and so forth. That's how you change a country. Even construction, the construction industry, the construction sector, that's another big potential that is sitting down. But the legislature can't make it to wake up. How does the legislature make it to wake up? Lawmakers can make that way to wake up by proposing for suspension, indefinite suspension of taxes on certain commodities, especially goods that are used to produce, to do construction. The cost of construction is high in this country.
All right,
When you
Mr. Pay.
do that,
Mr. Pay,
yeah.
Mr. Pay.
No,
When I say, okay, me, I'm giving you a chance to lay it down. I'm coming my second question. Yeah, I understand. And don't worry, you're not speaking to me. You're speaking to Liberian people. Liberian people have to convince, because I'm sure of the question I'm asking you, because it's very sensitive to Liberian people.
Yeah.
My second question here has to do with what you spoke about and what is critical right now on the minds of each and every Liberian that walk on the street, whether it is Yanambor to Zogo. They are all very concerned about this thing. Like Liberian people now call it bread and butter issues, right?
Yes.
And that's the reason why I support Dr. Moniba, because he has a clear focus on this issue. You spoke highly about the issue of conflict of interest,
yes,
in terms of Sir Joseph, but I'll add two other aspects there: corruption and budget waste, because I'm putting all of this in the same basket: corruption, budget waste, and conflict of interest.
yes.
As an aspiring lawmaker seeking the persuasive understanding and votes of the Liberian people, knowing fully well that corruption has robbed the Liberian people of billions of dollars, that budget waste has caused many young people not to even have tuitions or good schools, for that matter, and that conflict of interest has enriched so many people in the country right now, which has become a major issue, to the point where we see that a minister close to the office of the president, just one door away from the heart of the president, now carrying a Magnitsky Act sanction on his back. So this is a critical issue, right? What will you do to the basket of these three critical things that are affecting, that have become a virus right now in Liberian society?
I like what you said, and you just mentioned, when you read Article 90A of the Constitution, is very clear about that. No person, and I will read it for the hearing of the listeners. No person, whether elected or appointed to any public office, shall engage in any other activity which shall be against public policy or constitute conflict of interest. I think you just spoke about that. Then the other thing you talk about is corruption. It's not just corruption. You read Article 5C of the 1986 Constitution, clear. Corruption, nepotism, sectionalism, tribalism. These are the 4 ills that we need to correct. Sometimes, look at what's happening to the LACC. Where is the LACC today? What has happened to it?
Mr. Pay, what will you do? We know the problem. If I said to you, no, just 1 minute, please, because there are other things you have to work on. I said to you earlier on, Zogos, they know the problem. Yana boys, they know the problem. My question to you is, because they know the problem now, what will you, Mr. Wilmot Pay, Mr. Wilmot Pay that has gone back to the Unity Party, what will Wilmot Pay do to change that?
It's easy. It's very easy. And the way I see it is, the legislature can mandate. What has happened is that in 2018, when we took over, his predecessor has said that she left $150 million in our reserve. And we have said, no, the coffer was empty. Then we in the Unity Party, at that time, our chairman, we called for audit. And the first step, one of the first steps that Wilmer Pay, as Senator of Monserrado County, will take and will advocate for in 2024 will be that the new government should to mandate the executive to review the records and investigate, because what are you taking over from? It's important for the people to know that. And this is what we will be advocating for. And the only way to do that is through legislative action.
Right.
And a senator is one of 30, and you have the stamina, and I know you rightly stated it, we have the courage, we have the boldness and the commitment to be able to lobby with others to make that happen. We can't continue beyond January, the inauguration day, without that first step taken. And that's important. So we know what has happened. Who accounts for what is important. And that's what I am going to be advocating for. We need to have that clear position on that.
Thank you, Mr. Pay. Thank you, Mr. Pay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pay. And again, forgive us because your folks are saying, oh, it's not important. We want to unseat Sir Joseph. But Sir Joseph is a big, big elephant in this room. I want Liberians to know that he's a very, very big elephant, an elephant that one man cannot kill.
Elephant can be killed. Lion can kill it.
Well, let me finish up here.
Lion can kill elephant. It just be for nothing.
let me say this.
It doesn't have the skill to fight.
No, it can't fight. It doesn't have itself. Even when it lies down, to wake up is a problem.
The Honorable Dazo, let me ask you though. Seriously, talk to us. This would be a funny question, but I will ask it anyway. Do you think Wilmer Pay can beat Sir Joseph in Monserrado?
Well, I can tell you this. I've been on the campaign trail with Senator Wilmer Pay and President Joseph Yuma Boakai. And the way our people are speaking, nobody should underestimate him. Nobody. He's poor. He doesn't have money. He doesn't have stolen money. But the people believe that by electing him, Monserrado, not only Monserrado, but Liberia could get better. And mind you, Honorable Pay is running with a popular person. And our mandate is vote one, vote all. And so I can say Senator Pay is seated pretty well, because I have traveled with them. And because I'm campaigning both in Monserrado, Bomi County, because I'm on the national campaign team. So I go to Bomi, I campaign, I come to Monserrado and campaign as well.
So, but again to you, Dazo, before I go to Honorable Pay, though, it is important to know Sir Joseph from the Ebola time, Sir Joseph now, Sir Joseph, people say, oh, he helped. He's a humanitarian. Sir Joseph is a good guy. Honorable Pay is tying Sir Joseph to CDC and everything he's doing. But I'm not saying that 100% from you, Dazo. I know you. I'm not saying 100% from you that, yes, indeed, Honorable Pay can bring down this elephant. I'm not getting it from you. Let's talk about the education. No, let me lay this out, because Mommy asked a good question. Education. Sir Joseph get thousands of students out there that he sent outside of the country to receive better education. All right.
13,
no, it's not 13. Don't do that. It's not 13.
We just had debate.
No. Wema, let me finish. It's not 13.
During this debate, he said 13.
No. I myself, I know, because I helped Sir Joseph send students out of the country. I can say this, so I know. Okay. So let me come back to you, Honorable Dazo. It is important to know that Sir Joseph sent a lot of students out there. People saying Sir Joseph can cater to them in Liberia. Honorable Pay coming with a good point, but your school building is for you. It's not for the community. It's not for people of Monserrado. Sir Joseph argument say, you know what? I brought those buses. I give it to the superintendent. The money is not coming to me. The money going back in the people's pocket. The same question to Honorable Pay. Hey, but when now, Pay. How you want us to do this show to never, man?
No,
so
sorry.
That's it's not concerning to you, because I can call the superintendent and ask her She said Sir Joseph waved the buses over to the county. I'm not defending Sir Joseph. She said Sir Joseph waved the buses over to her to the county and said, you know what? Make money, reduce the transport prices, make it $50 or $150 compared to NTU that was charging you $300. Reduce them and let's just solve this problem of the people transportation issue that the government can step in. Is that not concerning to you that this man is giving back to the people of Montserrat? Say what you want to say. And
Well,
do you think
I
people will reward him
Mr.
for that?
Wallace, I came here purposely to promote JMB.
Welcome there, but I gotta squeeze you now.
But I'm coming now. Nobody asked me.
JMB.
I have just told you, election is not all about money. No. I will go back to the 2005 election. President Selig, the Unity Party, didn't have money. They had candidates in the race who were millionaires. They spent thousands of dollars. People, they didn't vote for them because the people are looking for quality. Where the country has reached now, people spend money. Take for example, and let me go back to the Thomas Fowler election 2020 with Senator Delon. The government spent over $5 million in small Montserrat. They could not win. Sir Joseph was on the campaign for Thomas Fowler. President, the entire government, they didn't win. They didn't have money, they don't want them. So for all of that.
But you know the argument they don't came with full political party heavyweight.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Women is coming alone. That's what I was going there.
No, he's not coming alone.
Women don't have CPP behind him. Women he doesn't have CPP behind him. He doesn't have the other political party behind him. He coming under with Unity Party.
Listen, mind you, I'm not trying to be. I'm not a tribal person, but mind you, the name women pay. The country he comes from. You know how many of his people here in this Montserrat alone. And so people are looking at the quality in the person. Now the times are changing now. It's not like 25 to 2019, 2020, 2017. The Liberian poor eyes are open.
All right, so why would they and we'll go to women pay? You will answer that question because folks are telling me, listen, what Sir Joseph have done is more than what women pay ever did.
There is no question about that. I just told you, Mr. Waterspoon, we are on the grounds. We are traveling the community. You know, some of us, we are trying to help people. We go to places, we listen. And that's what I said. All of the candidates in the race for the presidency, they are all qualified. The only unqualified person is George Weah. But the rest of them are qualified.
Yes, and
we are in a situation where the Liberian people are moving one way. I can tell you this. If President Barker was not in the race, I was not going to support the CDC. I was never. I was going to look for a younger person, maybe think on Councilor Gonglo, maybe look at Monoba. But I worked with President Barker for for over 4 years. And you see the president, he took a younger person. But all the candidates, all the presidential.
So let me come to you with my own question to you. And then you guys will move on with my pay. Let me come to you real quick, my question to you. Why are people boo the president? Not everywhere he going to boo him. Why?
That's what I wanted to come to.
Yeah. So let's have this conversation now. Your people from Bomi County boo him, Cape Man, Bapadu County, and now how you call it? In Kakatan, they boo him again. In Upper Magibi, they boo him. Why are these countries booing your president? George Manawe is still your president, but they're showing pure disrespect to him, and they say we don't care. Why? Are you telling them to boo the president?
By the time the people start to boo at a leader, then you must know your time is up. I believe George Weah is on the tour to bid the people farewell.
Oh yeah,
that's the reason. Because everywhere he goes, the results are bad. So, but let me go back to Bomi. Mr. Weah arrived in Bomi on a Tuesday. On that Tuesday, I was in Monrovia campaigning with Honorable Pay and LVP. There are 3 reasons why the people booed at him. 3 or more. 1, the calendar that he was trying to promote, the people do not want him. And if the poor find out that you want to impose somebody on them, you have a problem. People say they didn't boo Awia, it was weird. Because if you, Mr. Odosmu, took me or to man and say you're supposed to know you're the boo, they are not booing at me, they are booing at the president who is putting his hands up. The Western cluster situation in Burma is one of the contributing factors. I mean, so we was booed. Because the people of Burma have come to realize that their resources have been looted, unaccounted for, illegal operations. They wrote a claim that they have fixed. We went to the Supreme Court, and the court trashed all our case. We said, okay, we'll see. It was a shame for Mr. Weir to have gotten on the road from Underdevelopment to Tottenham after they promised the that the road going to be fixed. Go ahead and see the road today. Western Cluster is not doing what it was supposed to do, even though the operations are illegal, and so the people go annoyed. You went there and promised the people you didn't do anything for the poor woman. So you go there, what do you expect? And what made it worse, Mr. Weir was on the field, on the CSB field. When the poor started to boo at them, listen to what he said. If he insulted our people, the poor women are listening to me, he insulted them. He said, I don't care. I don't care about you. In fact, I wouldn't want to talk to the sedition and the reaction. So it means that the poor Burmese candidates they are not important. They didn't do anything for him. So you insult our people. Our candidates of traditional county. You took thousands of people from the same way you took from here and carried them. That is simple who are him. You carry buses of Talkman. You have all the crowd. After you carry all these people, who are you? So he went back there the second day, and I can tell you, the guys are misusing our money. When he went back for the second time, he slept there went to church. The 1,000 bill that they printed, it is not coming up. We have never seen it. It's all over the place, all over everywhere to go. Fina is the distributor. I saw that in Burma. While our people are suffering, you are taking their money and carrying it around. And so the people who are in. And once it started from the West, it will go everywhere. It's unfortunate, but he deserves it because the way he conducted himself over the years. You're bringing kush into our country. Our youth have been damaged and destroyed. Liberia is being used as a transfer point for drugs and money laundering, which is equivalent to terrorist financing. So you expect people to be happy with you? When your children are in America enjoying, their children are here taking drugs. Who bringing the drugs in Liberia?
So we got to bring in the other guys in real quick, and my brother Wilma Pay is quietly listening to you. This is very, very one of the worst things. But let me say this to you, Dazzle, real quick. Do you think the president have lost the Western cluster? They're done with him. The
president has lost the entire country. Not only Burma or not West.
I'm talking about session. I'm doing about session because the man saying that, listen, I went to Cape Mount, Burma, and Bapadu County, and everywhere he went in that region, they boo him. And to our amazement, Edwin Snow left him and went back to ECOWAS to go sit down with his wife. And Edwin Snow left him and said, I'm done with this.
Mr. Snow knows that his friend is not going nowhere. The poor Burma will not vote for George Weah. Our country is a traditional country. Mr. Barker, Ambassador Barker he went to school in Burma. He lived with a Burma family. He married a Burma daughter. He has a decent home in Burma. Burma country has always been United Party based. After the MPP left, the next party that told all that country was United Party. And so they put there no President Boakai.
So I will ask you a question. If you say that you are from ALP, I'm begging you, Prince Pastor, don't give me no barlow. You and Abula Mame giving me that barlow. You don't do that. My last question here. You from ALP? Yeah, I know you want to attack women pay. I'm trying to protect women pay.
Exactly. No. You can't protect women pay on the show right now. And yeah, you can't do that.
You're trying to go after women pay. But let me say this to Dazzle. Dazzle, you from ALP. What happened with your political leader, Yuri? You were saying that, listen, but he said a bad thing about Joseph Barker, who you are supporting right now. Your party, what are they saying? When are they coming up to support any one of those candidates?
Well, I can tell you this. 2017, I campaigned and voted for Mr. Yuri. The run of the election, the vice president, Madam Joe Taylor, talked to me, asked me to join them. I didn't support Ambassador Boakai. Because of that MPP solidarity, I supported them. Mr. Ure went on the Boakai side. They supported Boakai. A person raped, were able to resolve it. He encouraged us to go back and join him to help prepare Ambassador Boakai to take over our country. We did that for 4 years. Very few days of election, and they said they're not going there. Nobody expect me to become a political prostitute. So I decided to stay with Boakai, and I'm with Boakai. I've informed my political leader. I respect Mr. Ure a lot. We work, and considering as a father, we've been together for many, many years. But I was clear with them that I wouldn't betray Mr. Boakai. I am not a traitor. I don't betray people. Once I say I'm for you, I'm for you. I made up my mind that until I die, I will not support anybody else to become president beside Mr. Boakai. I said, you brought me in here. So if you want to leave me there, you can leave me there and go. But I will stay here. And I made that very clear to them. Yes, I'm in the ALP. I am one of the executives, but it doesn't mean that where they go, I should follow them. So I'm sticking with Boakai. My partner is aware, and they can't do anything about that. It is my right. Because you made us aware with them for many years. You made us, you convinced us that Boakai was the right person to lead this country. All of us were here.
Is your party leadership going to support George Weah? What are you hearing?
I don't know. I can't speak for them. I have decided I'm going the way I'm going. Because President Boakai will rescue this country. We will fix it. We will develop it. And then we'll go on from there.
Thank you.
I'm not going to waste my time. I made my position very clear to them. And so
thank you, Dazo.
Let me just.
Now you jump in over Mame Prince.
Yeah, my time.
Yeah, Mame, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I would touch, back to Senior Comrade Women Pay, and then I will talk about the Monserrato issue. On your policy around insurance, I just want you to think about it over and again. Most of the places we do insurance, or these insurance policies are enforced and mandatory. The precondition that lead to enforcing insurance is to increase household income. So when people are not employed and they don't have job and income are not increased to a certain level, enforcement of insurance and all those things sometimes can be, chaotic. I just wanted to point that out. On the land issue regarding agriculture, we try now to see how we can discourage farmers from putting their land as collateral, because what it's been doing now, as we see evidence coming from other places, is that farmers are losing their land as a result of putting it as collateral to government or to private actors for loan, because climatic conditions are causing crops to fail, and if the crop fail, the farmer will not yield, and there are potential where they could lose their land. So think over it more on how you could structure it better, but just talking about using land as collateral for farmers.
No,
yeah, I said you can talk when I'm done. Talking about using land as collateral for farmers, the evidence we've seen is not working. Good farmers are losing their land, so we're finding new ways around it on how to improve that. And the insurance issue, insurance always precedes, insurance always come after you work well to increase income and address unemployment. On Monserrato, you were right with the information on Sir Joseph. He said that. But one thing I also want to say is, besides Sir Joseph, there are other people who have credible information, are also renting trucks to ArcelorMittal. Jeremiah Kun has a trucking business. It's established. That's why, in fact, he was doing before becoming senator. He has a trucking business. As a member of the Unity Party, can you speak to whether he has divested his interest, his ownership in that trucking business? Because the trucking business is also providing trucking services, to ArcelorMittal. And that part of the reason why we from the Congo camp think that everybody doing the same thing, conflict of interest, legislator involved into awarding contracts, receiving feedback. So we say this whole thing about the CDC and the Unity Party making confusion over who can do it better, we present ourselves as an alternative. So can you clarify whether Jeremiah Kun still holds ownership to the company that is renting trucks?
I think I will start right from there. The first thing, and I'm happy you brought it up. what I know for a fact is that before he became representative, Jeremiah Kuhn was into trucking services. He was lifting petroleum products and providing trucking services, even to Unmill. I know that. I know he was into that. But after he became representative, he's no longer in it. I know that for a fact. You can verify that. So I think I'm speaking here a little bit more authoritatively because I have been able to talk to him on some of those, because this is not the first time the allegation is being made. And that's true. And I've confirmed that also. And there's no evidence anywhere in Nimba or anywhere in this country that he is into that. And I know that if he was doing it, I trust me, I was going to be one of the first persons to mention that. Because for me, it's a matter of principle. It doesn't matter who is involved in it. It doesn't matter who did it yesterday. It doesn't matter what the connection of that person is to me, whether we in the same political party, this woman is sitting down in this studio, whom you know, who disagree with his own former standard bearer on many occasions, and who stood not because he wanted favors, but he stood and said, look, we said we'll fight corruption, let's fight it, and we can't compromise while we criticize others in the past. I think I'm happy you raised that, but that's the clarification I can make. But on the issue of insurance, why did I raise the issue of insurance? We don't even have, I'm happy that you mentioned the issue of income. It starts to that. But if you understood what I said, look at employment in this country. Government employees, the public sector employees, and private employees. All the people working in various stores. What does our minimum wage or our decent work act say? The minimum wage in this country should be what? $140. So if somebody is working for a Lebanese or whoever employer, whether it's a store boy or whatever, the minimum that person must make is $150. So the legislature now, I mean, we need a system that says all employers must be able to provide opportunity, insurance opportunity for their employees. And how do you do it? By making the employees to be able to save with a bank, opening salary account. I think government started that right after the Civil War. And that provided an opportunity for an employee to have access to funding, because once there is a free flow of cash into that account, a bank, a lender, a bank will feel assured that yes, this employee can put in for money, and then we can give the money to that employee can build his or her home. And when that is happening, the state in other countries, what is happening is that if somebody can afford to build a home for $150,000 United States dollars in this country, are you saying to me that that person is not able to pay a minimum premium to an insurance company? It's possible. But for very indigent people, poor people in rural communities, if the coverage should extend to them, then the state can come in. How do you think the state can come in? Even if you decided to have health insurance, the state will have to come in. There are instances in certain sectors where the state comes in with subsidy. How do you think education is being provided? Government is able to provide a means, is whatever government gives to educational institutions in this country is a form of subsidy that is given to them. So the state can provide for that. So what you are saying may be true, but what I am saying is more than that. And then as you do that, when the sector is booming, more young people will be employed. And as more young people are employed, government then can generate more revenue, because you have to re-engineer governance. That's what we're talking about. And the Constitution does give the legislature that power to expand revenue, to create revenue, not just to be expecting to generate revenue. Look at what is happening right now. Liberian businesses are being killed. How can you compete? How can Liberian businesses compete with foreign-owned businesses when they can't even access funding?
Okay.
When they don't even have the minimum capacity? This is what we are talking about. And the legislature, the purpose of government is to what? Ease suffering, to make life easy on the citizens. And look at education. Government can also intervene to reduce tuition. The way for government, the way for government to reduce tuition is not for the Ministry of Education to come one day and have a press conference and announce and say no school fee should exceed this amount of money. No, you can't do that. The way to do that, and the way it worked in the past, was the legislature during the budget process, during the appropriation process, we make provision and mandate the executive and say, look, in this fiscal year, we are making provision for $50 million that you executive will use when you generate the revenue. You will use that to support private owned and operated schools, like the faith-based schools, the Catholic school system, Methodist school system, those that meet minimum standards. When you do that, what government is actually telling those operators, those churches, those school systems, is that your school fees cannot pass this level. It worked in the past. Why can't it work now? It worked in it. Even the issue of roads. Why is the issue of road such a difficulty in our country? You're not talking about paving roads. The legislature can make us to go back to a system that worked in the past. I come from a region where there was public works road maintenance unit across this country, in Zozo, in Bong, in parts of Nimba, even in Zwedru. Before the Civil War, and I think Senator Johnson we attest.
And I want to go to Senator Johnson with a question. It's just that something is not here. Yeah. So
I just wanted to end this.
Yeah, just end on the so we can.
Yeah, before the Civil War, we did not have any situation where there were parts of this country that cars or vehicles could not reach to, even though the roads were not paved. Why did that happen? Because public works had road maintenance units across this country, and they were functional. That's why when you hear Joseph Human Boakai talking about within 100 days, no vehicle will get stuck in mud across the country. That is the background he's coming from.
Thank you, Mr. P. I got a question for Senator Johnson, but I want Santon to please play that, I think, 1 minute 30-second video that I just sent to you before I can ask the question to Senator Johnson.
Which 1 minute 30-second video, my man?
I just sent it to your
gentlemen, I understand we played this because I'm going to download it. We got a big breaking news, and I'm so pleased to have Honorable Dazzle Johnson and Wilma Pay in studio. You guys have to hang with us. We got something crazy. We got something big. Liberian people, you want to hear this? George Manawia and his CDC campaign. The money they have taken away and the money they're playing with for this campaign, it will shock you. What we have received few days ago, I want to reveal it now before it gets too late. Prince Maxwell, George Manawia then operating on almost $50 million budget for this campaign.
Okay.
Yes. $50 million budget for this campaign. And I want Liberians to hear us and hear us well. I have it in my possession. The manner in which they are operating, where they're taking the money from, it will shock you. The love of country is not there anymore, Senator Dazzle. The love of country is not there anymore. By all costs, the guys that are saying that they must win this election. How can a political party put their hands in the government coffer almost $50 million? That's the reason why John Manawia couldn't trust anybody but Finabondo and Eugene Nangwe. The question remains, where this money coming from? I have it. So I beg you, Mommy, I don't want to play that clip you're talking about. It's not interesting to me right now. I'm about to tell the Liberian people what we receive, and they cannot say because I even have the password to the very important document. The people are tired with George Manuel Weah, the most wicked operator in the country. They cannot say no because I will put it up, but let me give it to you. Have you seen this, the Weah Taylor 2023? All the game plan. I want you to tell your brothers and sisters to come here and hear us well. Women pay. These guys then going into there's a reason why they squeeze in. They be mounting stuff yesterday.
Yeah.
There's a reason why. When they don't push cemetery holidays.
Yeah. Yeah.
The garden, they are operating under almost $50 million budget.
Stanton,
The money is not from Joe. We have pocket.
The people have weaponized. They have weaponized the national budget for electoral victory.
So your hand with me. I got the password from CDC. I entered into their financial account. I took the password, and I will reveal to you tonight.
This is what Liberian people are very angry, Stanton. This is the reason why Liberian people are booing the government in the first place.
This is not right.
Stanton,
yes,
before
sir.
you come to that, let me say this. And sometimes when we say people think that we are being too political or overly political. The ELWARRA rule. Do you know the cost of the rule as at January 22nd, 2018, when we became president? The total cost of the road was 92 million United States dollars. That's just about a 35-mile stretch of road. 35 miles. Now, after we became president, the cost jumped to 116 million US dollars. Say women pay say, and they can't challenge it. Additional 24 plus million US dollars. In other words, why?
We understand. I beg you, no disrespect to this thing you're saying tonight. That's the rule. We understand. But I want to give the people that wish is right now. The government have put their hands, George Manuel Weah and Samuel Twain. They have decided to take the people money, the Liberian people money, in the amount of, and I will share this with you guys. I don't care who you give it to. I don't care who you give it to. I'm downloading it because I want Liberians to see it very clearly. Let them see for themselves. Look at the garden budget plan. Hey God, my sweat. I will Senator Dazzle Johnson. I want to share this. I want to share this for people to see.
You are in a country where you cannot build a school for $50 million.
Pathway to CDC 2023 pathway to CDC 2023 first victory. The amount, Bomi County, Bon County, Bapolu, Grand Bassa, Grand Cape Man, Grand Jide, Grand Crew, Lofa, Mangibi, Maryland, Montserrat, Nimba, River G, Riverside, Sando, the total amount, amen. That's wickedness in high places.
That's evil.
Wickedness in high places.
That's financial buffet.
Wickedness in high places.
They are having financial buffets.
Budget on smartphone, credit for phone, transportation and facilitation, feeding, mobilization, data collection. They talk about application development, desktop, data center setup, grand total. Just for the future, I just know $5,64,648. I dare to say fine. I'm uploading it.
And George, we didn't even build one school for $5 million in the 6 years you've been president. Now one school was built for $5 million.
To the Liberian people to spend the amount of almost $40 million. And we
now one school. Now one school was built for $5 million.
I have to upload it. I cannot. People say don't
now
show
one
it.
School.
I will show it for Liberians to see it. I must upload this. Nobody can
now
tell
one
me
school. Now one school under President Weah was built for $5 million in Liberia in the 6 years of presidency. And this is the reason why Dr. Monima said this is a generational fight. Imagine that. In order to win re-election, the president is willing to weaponize the Liberian budget to have electoral victory, but cannot build a school for $5 million in the 6 years he was president.
But Prince, you're talking about build a school. But what about the fact that no hospital since 2018 has been able to be funded $100,000, even though it was stated in the budget over the years? What about that? Common paracetamol is straight.
But
you can't find it in any clinic, government clinic or hospital.
I just informed you that in Bombay,
it's something, Dazzle,
yeah,
something strange is happening. You see, that's why Jua Howard Taylor is running with the president. My gay have come back. All the guys that know very well where the money is supposed to come from. People ask him, but why these guys then beating on B Mountain? Okay? Joe, we are saying we must do this because we need the money. $5 to $10 million signature fee we must pay. Because these guys then budget. I have never seen a party budget. Why would George Weah put his head again to squeeze those lawmakers that they must give him the money? Look at the list of county and the amount they're willing to spend.
No, Stanton, maybe you're not getting the point. The point is George Weah and his team, his few friends, the Sir Joseph, the McGill, they are very disrespectful to this country. They don't care.
But
it's all about them. They don't care. They don't respect the country. I think this is the bottom line. That's why the citizens are rejecting them and they are expressing it by booing them. This is it.
But Mr. P, I was informing them. In Bombay, the money they are carrying around, the $1,000 bill that they printed, and the 500, it is not coming to the public. That's the money they are using. So if they're using 50 million and the civil servant cannot take pay, the hospitals are underfunded, there's no drugs in the hospital. The roads are bad. You use all the level to pour all your billboard. You could use $50 million to do a lot to change the lives of our people. Yes. But that is a broad day looting. That is a broad day stealing. And let me say this. I want to come to the roads issue. You can give me 1 minute. Because I was co-chairing public works. The city's government has not built any road in Liberia.
True.
They have not.
I know that.
The San Nicolas to Yegeba Road was initiated under the Unity Party 2013. All the neighborhood roads in Monrovia were put into place and started by Ellen Johnson Selling.
Yes.
All right? I think the only road that George Weah has built and finished is the coastal road from here to the southeast that is paved now. That's the only road. The RRA road, I was co-chairing the Public Works Committee. We went there. They did a groundbreaking in 2019. At that time, Minister Yimpan was alive. And they said about 2020, July 26, they are going to delegate that road. See what the road is today. It has turned to a debt trap because they have consumed the money.
They ate the money.
So I challenge the CDC government to show all the road they have done in this country. So they go around lying. The road bending from the by road to go to SKD was done by President Saleh. Yeah. The road from Fishtown to Harper, it was done, and we delegated that road with President Joseph Boakai. We drove there. He delegated that road. And so what the road they're talking about? So they come to the people and lie and throw small money, but it's not going to help them. It is not going to help them.
But but they're confident.
Yeah, just a minute. Oh, okay. When President Boakai addressed the nation the other time, or via 96.1, he said something, and he called my name. So I want to testify to that. He said in the Senate, while he was serving as president of the Liberia Senate, the budget went to him. We took the budget to him. The pro tem can attest to that, a former pro tem Jala, with few other senators. We went there and asked him that we wanted to do an increment in his budget. Ambassador Boakai looked at us in the face and said, no.
No, yes.
Do not do any increments. Approve it as my boss in the Senate, or you can reduce it if you want to. Can George Weah do that? No. Because he doesn't have the integrity compared to Joseph Boakai. Joseph Boakai never interfered in a committee work. So the people of Kema had to boo them, and I'm disappointed in the lawmakers. And that's why we are telling President Barkai, you're not only going to audit the executive branch of government, you are going to audit the legislature, especially the Liberian Senate.
But when you're auditing your government,
so I'm coming because for those guys who have done that, they ran all the money, Mr. Waterspoon. They got broke. The $7 million they brought from Israel got finished. So they had to go find where to take $50 million to go and have good time, spoil our money. Where our people are languishing, no food, no job, right now school coming open. How are these people going to pay their school fee? Why you couldn't take the $50 million and try to pay the 7-7? You harmonize the salary. You expect the 7-7 to vote for you? No. They are not going to vote for you. You have damaged our country. You have looted our country. You have mortgaged our country. For the next 6 years to get another power that will be finished.
All right, so because we're running against time, Prince Maxwell and Mame, I think I sent it to you guys. If you guys didn't receive it, just let me know. I think I forward. If not, I will resend it. Folks, let's start this conversation like this. I want you guys to see this. It's very important. As you can see, objective of strategy. You got Joe Howard Tato, the We Are Tato 2023. We are coming there. And I want to show you guys this. Now, I'm going to send this to you guys. I want you to look at those values. I want you to look at, and please tell your friends, tell your brothers and sisters to come and see what President Weah is doing to our country, what the president is doing to our country, and then we'll go to the money. Because the total budget, I can tell you freely, and I'm working to download them. This is in real time. I'm working on this seriously. CDC USD $40.6 million campaign budget. If you add this other 5.064, that would be 45, 46 point something. It's going to 50 million, the campaign budget. These are in real time. This is in the CDC chat room. One of the ministers sent it to me. The minister said, I'm not calling the minister name because you know I will not do it, Maxwell, but I would say minister because the minister is tired. He said these guys and they are horrible. He is shocked for George Martin. We have to squeeze the B Mountain, agreement just to get more money from there. But as you can see, budget required to form and operate the 2080 voter cell, 2080 voter cell, pathway to CDC 2023 first victory. Vote target for the CDC in the 15 counties. Now, you will be shocked. I have everything, Maxwell. And I would say to the Liberian people that George Manuel is about to use you. He been using you. So I want you to share this. As I put it up, it will be in the chat room. Share it. And for you to know who George Manuel is. Say that?
I'm interested in the budget for feeding.
So you will come to it. We have everything. I got to download this thing. But I want to give you this for the summary, budget summary to form and run 2,080 voters across the country. Where you see Bombing County, your county is there. Dazo. Total BVR 63.11, VTO, whatever it is, 50, VVC. That's a different thing. 2023 quota for the 6% value. I want to bring you up to speed. Diesel. The people have laid out the various 15 counties, right? Let's go to the money. Why I put the money up. But Diesel, look at the grand total. Smartphone, credit for phone. I want you to speak, then we'll go to Mr. Pay. Okay? These little things, $5,064,648. Talk to me first. You are the former senator, then we'll bring in the man that want to be senator, Wilmer Pay. Then from that, we'll bring in Maxwell there. Mr.
Waterspoon, it is, I don't know what to say, but it's not good for our country. It's not good for our people. There is a broad day looting, and I will not stop that. It's a broad day looting, broad day stealing, because the guys know they will not win. They know it. So they are grabbing everywhere $50 million. You go to the country, there's no school. The hospitals are closed down. These guys are they are wicked. And that's why we are telling our people, don't make this mistake. George Weah is a celebrity. He was a football star. Now he is a musical star. He does not have the capacity to lead this country. He's not a political leader. There is an act of gangster raising at the highest level. So we cannot continue with them. And that's why we are campaigning. We are campaigning. We are talking to our people. You carry money into the country. All the people, each of those guys, they were giving each member on their delegation to bombing, they were giving them about 100, 150,000 each. Each of them.
Let them bring in Wilma Pay because Maxwell want to say something. Let me bring in Wilma Pay.
I come in 1 minute. These guys, the people have to open their eyes. These guys are on a dangerous mission. These guys are mortgage Liberia. And that's why the point came out best. You rush your beer mountain to ratify the agreement. The Senate did not read it. They did not even go through it because they promised them 30,000. So they have no integrity. They have no integrity. And that's why we are fighting. And we're asking the Liberian people, for Ambassador Boakai, let him sit and direct your country so that the buggers can be prosecuted. I told Ambassador Boakai, I don't want job. I don't want nothing. I want to see the buggers in handcuffs and put to jail. That's what I want.
So let's talk about this woman paid out. Thank you very much, Dazo. This is the national campaign. And Mike, so you've been in this thing before. You and Mommy, man. Come on, you guys work in government. I'm sorry that we got to cut and paste this thing gradually because this is the national campaign, right? They are saying support SPPE to develop various strategies, including VR, campaign management, implementation plan in progress. These guys are calling for 150,000. 150,000 going down. Okay, but you stop calling me, man. I'm begging you. Now when I'm doing the show, then you're calling me. Yo, please don't do that. Going down, you will see the different amount. The reason why I'm sending it to you and I will put it in our chat room. You can share it, no problem, because it is not too clear. But all the money there, and we will show it for people to take it. If you zoom in and you zoom out, you will see the actual amount. Woman pay. You ran a campaign before for Madam Sadif. Man, tell us, man, how wicked this is. These guys are going right into the budget to get this money, sir.
And Stanton, this is what we have to contend with. This is the danger that we face. In 2005, Senator Johnson already told you that I doubt a unity party under Manaseli ever even spent 500,000 in 2005 because the money wasn't there. Even as the government, the party in power in 2011.
That's why it's in the chat room. I'm sorry, Roman. Abula is in the chat room. Yeah, please download it.
Yeah, in 2011, the party, and the good thing about it, the Unity Party's budgets are available. They have financial records that you report because you see, under the Constitution of Liberia, every September 1st of each year, political parties have to submit financial reports to the National Elections Commission. And it's good that this is documented. So I want to see what kind of report the CDC will be submitting on September the 1st, tomorrow, to the National Elections Commission. And this is important, and they put themselves on this kind of, but what is dangerous is more than this. I believe there is more outside there that they are doing than even this one here. At least they documented this one. Somebody was just telling me a few days ago how some people made away with some money, and we're still trying to investigate that. So this is dangerous. And it's a whole cartel. It's a conspiracy against the country. This is the president who in 2018 said he was reducing his salary. His salary he didn't declare. This is the president. And George Weah is into all the activities here, breaking every rule, every standard, every principle. And
I think this is very clear, Mr. Page. Let me bring in Maxwell. Maxwell, look at this. Support auxiliaries and pressure group in the amount of $1.8 million. Almost $1.9 million.
Yeah, almost 1.9.
Mobilize and utilize about 370 recognized
resourceful auxiliaries nationwide to engage in local campaign activities, including door-to-door campaigning.
Maxwell, let's read 11.5.
Support
11.5.
about 600 auxiliaries and pressure group to conduct extensive door-to-door campaign as foot soldiers. 985,500.
The full line. Talk to me, and I want to go to Mom Maid. This is about Liberia we're talking about. These guys ain't got nothing to do but to go back again and rake the people money. Civil servants not getting paid. Students cannot go to school. They're putting their own chairs. The campuses are leaking. They're backing opposition leaders. Say, pay my daughter's school fee. They're calling you in Europe, calling folks in America, backing. And George Manawia and his group continue to steal from them. Talk to me, Maxwell.
Let me talk to you, Stanton. Most important, let me talk to the Liberian people. This is the reason why Dr. Moniba has said over and over that we should keep vigilant when it comes to corruption. Let me just give you some statistics here. Liberia minimum wage in LD is $15, not exceeding 8 hours. 5,600 Liberian dollars per month for civil servant salary. Let me give you another statistics. Since 1951, the Louis Arthur Graham School of Law has been sitting on the University of Liberia campus and has never had a new building anywhere else. Not $1 million was ever allocated for a relocation of that building. But here we have CDC having more than $50 million just for campaign. Let me give you another statistic to Liberian people. Liberia right now ranks 113 out of 121 countries on the global human index. 32.4 is Liberia. It's Liberia's score in terms of the global hunger index. There are more people in Liberia that are hungry than the entire CDC and another small country put together. Another statistic I will give to you: 52.3% of the Liberian people are multidimensionally poor. These are global statistics that international organizations, and I'm talking about Kwasa one, I'm talking about UN one, have on Liberia. And here is it, that George Weah government is putting $50 million down for campaign. This is what George Weah has lost public trust. This is the reason why all of the political parties see, and ordinary Liberian people now see that, but President Weah no longer have public trust. Samuel Tua can get up and lie to Liberian people, get in one hand lie, and then pass the other hand through money. These documents that we are looking at here, they are authentic documentation to the CDC.
I want you to read this, Maxwell, before we go to Mame. These guys, they did this in the section. And listen, Liberians got to see this. Look at this one, Mame. 300,000 set up and operate war room across the country. Establish secure and reliable communication channels between the central war room to war rooms. 300,000. 412,000 purchase and deploy IT equipment system and tools for post supervisors and IT support system. Look at the next one. Mommy, this is exactly what we're talking about, taking the Liberian people money. CDC didn't raise this, they didn't raise a damn. Mommy, but these guys then spending almost $50 million. United States $50 million though, of the Liberian people money.
Santon CDC just lost the election massively.
Wow.
At this document you publish, CDC lost the election. The worst thing can happen to a political party. You're not just publishing the budget. You are showing the timeline of activities and strategies they intend to do.
I have to show it. I have to show it because the person gave me the password, everything, and said, go in our war room. These are the documents. I can call the password, let people find it. I don't care. I got the
worst thing can happen to a political party is for your strategy to be revealed to your opponents. But I'm interested in the first page you put up, the one that has to do with the numbers, so people can see what CDC is projecting to win. Now, The password, you can call it password. Somebody just send it away, but you can call it password. But see what CDC is projecting to win in Monterey County, in Senator Johnson, in your county, in Bomi County. CDC is projecting to win 46% of the vote.
How?
When you have
Because
already
the stolen money.
there, Western cluster spoiled the rule. Western cluster cannot meet the commitment. Western cluster is creating problem for the people. You took their money and wave it to Western cluster. They can't pay.
Yes.
Go to BMI.
14 million. They stole 14 million. Yes. It was not weight.
Yeah.
They stole it.
That's why they diverted to campaign.
They stole the Bomi County people money.
Then you go to Grand County, B Mountain. See what you just did to B Mountain. And you think that you can win this number of votes in Grand Cape County? Stanton, United CDC lost.
Mommy, let's go over this. Let the people from those counties hear us. We are not going anywhere. We're not rushing. And we'll do that all night. And maybe, my wife dragged me all of the show tonight. Bomi County, 46%.
That's all. We agree.
They would not get 46%. If they let them go, let them just empty the entire central bank, go sit and talk to my boy.
So what is Chris Moyi? Bon County, the guy that's saying they must win for the 8 points. These are the way the guys that want to rig the election.
Yeah,
they are saying that the target is for the
8%. Stanton, that is the point I was just about to make. And this is scary. The audacity these people have that they can bend the rule. WIA is noted for breaking every rule. But let me say this. He will be mistaken. If WIA thinks he can tamper with the elections, he should know that the election 2023 is not even about Joseph Boakai. In 2017, we had conversations, and former Vice President Boakai, who was supposed to be the next president, had to appeal to all of us.
But woman. Let me read this because people on the radio, they want us to hear it. So the people want us to read this because those are on the radio and they want to hear this. George Weah and CDC say they will win Bomi County by 46%. They will win Bon County by 48%. They will win Bapolu by 45%. They will win Grand Bassa County by 45%, right? Am I correct, Maxwell? The little I gotta do it. And they will win Grand Cape Man by 50%. How will you win Grand Cape Man by 50%?
We winning all the vote.
Yeah, they say Grand Jita, they will win by 80%. They will win Grand Jita by 80%.
Grand 80%.
Yeah.
Lofa 45%.
Yes.
My GB 55%.
Maxwell, you are ahead of me, so go ahead and read it.
Maryland 55%. I mean, my GB 55%. Maryland 53%. Montserrat 49%. Nimba 40%. River G 70%. River says 48%. Total 80% of the vote.
Sano, you missed Sano.
Sorry, Sano 80% of vote. Total 50.1% of vote.
50.1% election over.
The guys are so irresponsible. The intent, this information is good for us. They want to use that. They want to rig the election. They want to steal the election. It's not going to work. We're happy that all of the opposition political parties have come together to protect our votes. We will protect our vote with our tears, sweat, and blood. If Joe Weah like, they can kill all of us. We don't care.
Oh, the people saying right now, Joe Weah with no slipper on, he walking up and down, causing Samuel 12. You see, I told you, say Samuel 12 shut down Spoon Network. Ladies and gentlemen, the president is angry right now as we speak. One of his bodyguards sent a message to me. President Weah is pissed up. I will not call the bodyguard, then he got a lot of them that he figure out. Right now, one of the bodyguards said President Weah is pissed up and pacing up and down, barefooted, cussing and shouting. I thought you said this, Samuel 12 shut this Stanton Witherspoon guy down and had him in check. Why is he doing this to us? That's the question he's asking, and he cussing and he's mad. But let's go ahead and read our thing. We will put the money up.
I want you to go to the activity plan so we see how much they're supposed to be paying each voter. It's there. It's listed there.
My man, I will go there, but I gotta upload the thing. You can't get here.
To the
But you
younger
upload it and
generation
you
of
show it on
Liberia, I
the
hope
page.
you guys are paying attention. To the younger generation of Liberia, I hope you guys are paying attention.
You show it.
This
You
is your
show it,
future
Santo.
being
Just
stolen.
back up.
Your
Oh, wait
future
a
is
minute.
being
I beg,
stolen.
is this one?
No, the next one.
This one?
Yes.
Okay, but it's too small. I'm trying to zoom in on it. But if you have it, let's read it because it's very, very tiny to me.
So
Can
they
you?
actually budgeted $40 per participant. $40
That's what I want us to. Okay, so do me a favor. Zoom on it, make it bigger because I want our audience to see it. It's very important. They're trying to buy vote. That's all. That's why I'm not. You don't leave me. They're trying to buy vote, and we got to show this to the Liberian people.
Yes, they want to buy vote. They want to bribe these people. They want to fool them.
I think
So that I come in. They want our pocket. You have to open your eyes because these criminals are on the move to fool you, bribe you, get you $40 or $50 go and vote for them. What can $40 and $50 do for you? You will be mortgaging the future of your country. You will be destroying your children that are already destroyed, while all of their children are in different countries, going to school. Then your children, they're giving them drugs. They are selling drugs to your children. So you have to open your eyes to save the younger generation. Do not vote for CDC anymore. Their time is up.
When you vote for somebody for 6 years or 9 years, what you actually are saying to that person is, I'm taking 6 years or 9 years of my life or my children's life and putting in your care. So is that worth $40? That is what they are saying. That's why I said earlier, George Weah and his group do not respect this country.
They don't even respect.
Before we go further,
But the don't care.
And that's why they all.
I'm begging you, Mr.
You go to government, you insult our people. You disgrace them. Then you want to go there to get them $50.
Honorable Dazo and Women Pay, Prince O, Maxwell. Let's open the phone line and let's hear from the Liberian people a little bit while we work on the next one. Because indeed, Mama is correct. CDC government saying they will give you $40 United States dollars for your vote. For feeding. They will give it to you for your vote. 40. Each person that they put in that truck, in that bus, they're supposed to get them $40 United States dollars. Each person that went beyond Jowea, in Grand Cape Man, Bopolu, Bome, Magibi, they promise you $40 United States dollars. We want to ask you, did you receive your $40 United States dollars? It's here. This is the national campaign strategy. This is the thing they're working on. $50 million budget. And they have squeezed for Asada Mitai, gave them 10 million. Western Cluster gave them 5 million. B Mountain just did a signature fee between 5 to 10 million. And they're going to Jetty that opened his rubber plantation. He giving them another $6 million. These guys are collecting the money while the Liberian people are suffering. Listen, when I say we have the information spoon, it's not a joke. People hate George Weah. His minister, his directors, his friends, they just don't like him. They hate George Weah to the guts. And they are willing to share this information with us because you know why? They say enough is enough. Liberia deserves better. Nelson, come on the show. While we download the rest of the document, I want you to come on the show. Let's open the phone line. Let the Liberian people hear and see and understand that George Weah is selling Liberia. Open the phone line, Nelson. Let's take calls. Just put it from Liberia now.
I'll send it to your WhatsApp.
All right.
The one that shows you $40.
The number to call is 0777-771075 or 0555-101075. So we take our first call here. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Your name and where you call from.
This is Elliot from this.
Yeah, go ahead, Elliot.
Whatsoever the people doing, the only thing the plan is always revealed. All the ones for it to happen now, they send it to a phone network. God don't want it to happen. And we pray hard for it not to happen. We're tired with it in here. We're tired with it.
Thank you.
We are suffering too much.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Yeah, how are you, sir?
Okay, go ahead, sir. Your name and where you
I'm
call from.
Jackson Jala calling for Real Life.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm appealing to Stanton to please use the work according to my source. So are you saying minister or a security person because you will be putting all the whole life at risk? As a media person say according to my source, I'm begging,
All right,
please,
thank you
we
very
love the
much.
program, but let it protect all of us too.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Hello.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening to the Spumba.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you call from.
I'm Kekula Escobar Jr. calling from Banana Better Hill Community.
Go ahead, Kekula.
Thank you to Honorable Water Spring. We want to tell these people, we already made up our mind. We're not going to stay there and then bring a lot of people to bring their money and then we say, well, take the money and eat it. From the money, and we already know who we are going to vote for.
Thank you.
Joseph Newman Parker is the next president of the Republic.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you call from.
This is Jacob Molwa calling from 15 Gate.
Moba, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you for the show. You know, I learned a lot of things on the show. You know, our president, Joseph Newman Parker, will always be the president. But what do I trying to say? So what we're expecting all of him to lose a lot of respect from us. You know, the citizens are not supposed to do that to him, but because of the view of most of the people behind him. And he is self-fighting. So we are suffering, we die in this country, my people. Let your we are leave this government.
Thank you.
Again.
Thank you very much.
Hold on 1 minute. Don't you leave us. Don't leave us. Hold on 1 minute, Nelson. Nelson will pause you right there. Just hold on. It's important for us to share this. Mommy, you are quite correct. There's $40 for feeding. Dazo is up. Women pay. You guys been working with political party. Talk to me, Mommy. $40 for feeding. Quantity 2,080. Subtotal 665,600 United States dollars.
They are spending close to $1 million only to feed people. Now, this is the strategy. So when you see CDC go to places, before they go in advance, portion of the money is given to who community leader or district representative. They pay people and truck them there. This is the payment fee that they call feeding fee because they're not cooking. So they use this particular money to transport, quote unquote, transport people, put them in the bus. It serves as a motivation for them to attend rallies that we are having. The people are not attending the rally because they want to attend. They attending the rally because you're giving them $40. Then there's another fee there for mobilization. Now, that mobilization fee is for the people who are coordinating all those who receiving the $40. So they are the mobilizers. They take your name, they know where you live, they tell you where to stand, what to say, they get your own banner. These are the mobilizers. Each of them take $20. The people who are involuntarily going to attend the program, you get them $40.
Amen. Amen. Hey, hold on 1 minute, Mommy, hold on 1 minute. I really want to cry. That's all.
Stanton, what about just look at transportation and facilitation? 3.7 million.
Yeah.
And this is criminal. This is criminal. And this is what the guys have been doing. It's just that we are going to elections and your souls being patriotic, though he or she works in government and not happy with what is happening, has shared this with you. But you can imagine what has been happening since 2018. This is just a tip of the iceberg. There is a lot more that we will get to know when this joker leaves office.
How
when
can
these guys leave office?
Women. This thing involved even Sir Joseph because he's part of the planning. This is the reason why I will say this to you, Dazo, and this is true. This is the reason why President George Manawia he took away Mobile Modu, Akaris Gray, the Jefferson Koji, the Stoma Fala, and he formed his own group. Comprises of Fina Bono control the money, Eugene Lin Nangbe, Kalasco, and those inner group. And he said to them, listen, say what you want to say. These are the people I'm going to work with. He put them together. He said, these are the people I want to work with. Because of the $50 million budget that they presented to him. And Senator assured him, I can get you the money. And he said, how? Senator said, Asara Mita. How? Western Cluster will squeeze them. We're going to go back to Big Mountain. And we saw it live. Senator fighting and said, we'll revert. Because they needed that $5 to $10 million signature fee to cover the $50 million. And they got it. Give a senator 30,000. It's less than $1 million and change. There are how many senators over there? 90. I mean 30. Now
No,
all 30
there are
senators.
There are 103. 30
Now all
senators.
30, now all 30 senators.
But Stanton.
Well, hold on, let me finish, Mr. Pay. Now all of them received the money.
Yeah.
So even if you give the 103, you take away maybe 20 of them, maybe less than 20, 10. You still be left with 93. Give them 30,000 each. So we are still work with some money if that's $10 million. These are the reason why George Money, we are saying, I will keep my friend Diho Kovaho, Eugene Lin Nangbe. He's controlling the money. Koji got mad and cursed Eugene Nangbe. The president got mad with Koji. How dare you to curse Eugene Nangbe? So this trip, Mama, you're right. Take them where? Take them to Bumming County, Maxwell. Give them $40 each. And those that received the $40 decide to give the people $10.
Yeah.
Maxwell talk to me and we'll
Go
go back.
want to call in.
Let me give Maxwell the chance. He been quiet a little bit.
I'm just reading the document with a huge disbelief, right? But it's not surprising. It's not surprising because when something bad is happening in a nation, everybody can begin to feel that energy, that bad energy. And we know the same happened to Chancellor. When Chancellor was buying the country, we all had that same feeling that something bad was going on, right? Something bad is happening to George Weah's government, and we know that. And I will say it over and over. Dr. Moniba sat right here and gave an accountability of this current government, and he said there is something seriously wrong with the government when it comes to corruption. And that is the reason why I never supported this government in the first place. He stated that clearly on the show. The ordinary Liberian people, the bread and butter issue, civil servant, are seeing this from their own eye. Not they say, not somebody say, they say, they told me there was no. Spoon TV has made it absolutely possible for the ordinary Liberian person through radio and internet to see for a fact what the government ambitious plan of diminishing the living standard of Liberia is in Liberia.
So I beg you, let me
take
say
your
this.
money and put it on your campaign trail.
Yeah, let me say this. Let's go back, and I want to bring in my guest for tonight, Wilma P. and Sandro Dazzle Johnson. Somebody said, look at transportation. Let's go back to transportation.
Yes.
Transportation, how much?
3.7 million.
And you know why they are saying that? That's the reason why Sir Joseph bought the buses.
Yes. That's it.
That's the reason why
You are correct.
Sedition just told me, Sir Joseph bought those buses because this is the profit-making aspect. So all the yellow buses you see moving around, all the yellow buses you see moving around, hey man, hey God, how can you be so wicked?
That's it.
You see these buses? Sir Joseph buses. These buses. Sir Joseph buses. You see that? Transportation and mobilization is $3.7 million. You think who they're renting the buses from?
Sir Joseph
come in. Women pay come in. Hey Lord.
Yeah, I think I'm not surprised because Sir Joseph has been presented as somebody who's helping the people, who's doing the people a favor.
Yeah, you're right.
But when we were saying it, other people thought that we were just being political. This is it. In fact, everything Sir Joseph is doing, George Weah is part of it. He doesn't operate alone. Every contract, every opportunity that you can imagine, you saw the link to ArcelorMittal providing the money, and Sir Joseph is fronting along with George Weah, Western Cluster, and all the jetty and all of those things. They are doing it together. And the ordinary citizens, and what is important for people to know is that the vast majority of the members of the CDC are victims of this as well, because they are Liberians.
Yes.
Their lives have not improved since 2018, even though they had hoped that this guy was going to be some kind of a savior. Every hardship, there is no discrimination when it comes to hardship. It doesn't matter which tribe you belong to, which political party flag you wear, you carry. You don't buy, you don't have separate prices when you go to the market. The hardship here is, the misery here is artificial. And George Weah is the source of it. And that's why they need to wake up, just as they have been doing. And many of them have been reaching out to the rescue team. Everywhere we go to the communities, they come out, they talk to us, because it's about their future. It's about their country. So this is the movement for all of us Liberians to come together and say, hey, we have to rewrite our nation's story. This is not our nation. And this
How
is
can
why
we how can we accept?
I beg you as well. I want us to have time for callers. So let's just give Dazo and Wilma Pay the last word, then we go to the phone line. Honorable Dazo, thank you for joining us tonight. Sorry to interrupt and bring you this breaking information. Very important for the Liberian people to know. But now, thank you for joining us. We know we'll have you again. Your last word, sir.
Well, I can tell you this. It is clear. The guys are looting. The guys are taking away our money to use it on the same people. But I can tell you this, and I want to speak to the people of Bombay and other parts of Liberia. It's about time that George Weah and his gangs leave. Whatever money they will bring to you, those monies are your money. Those money should be used to do your schools, to do your hospital, to do your roads, pay the civil servant. They are now stealing it to bring it to you under the cover of darkness for you to go and vote for them. Reject George Weah. Reject him for the sake of Mama Liberia. Reject him for the sake of your children and your country. We're begging you. Do not make this mistake anymore. To make this mistake, Liberia will be finished. They have mortgaged our country already. So that's why we have to stand up and fight for our rights. We have to stand up and fight for this country, for our children and children unborn. There is the time that you make that decision. I agree with former President Salim when she said you must vote and vote wisely, because your vote October 10 will determine your future. And so let us vote against George Weah. And that's what we have said. All of the candidates in the race for the presidency are all qualified. The only unqualified one is George Weah, because he doesn't even know how the country is being managed. He doesn't even know what is going on. All you have is to take money and destroy and socialize. And that's why they continue to be booed. And I'm sure this booing will continue until his tour is over with. And I say he's on a farewell tour now. Then they go, goodbye, I'm not coming back. And so they are stealing your money. They are punishing you. They are destroying your children. Reject them. And that's what we said. It's unfortunate that everybody in the race.
I'm sorry, Honorable. Sorry, I needed you to speak on one very important issue. I'm so sorry. The United States government won Sierra Leone, and they want to put some folks on visa restriction, those that tamper with the election, those that create a problem during this election time. They are putting people's names on visa restriction. They will not be coming to the United States. The next thing will be sanctions, including the president. They are saying that you tamper with the election, we're going to punish you. I want you to include that in your statement. Tomorrow we'll read more about it, but talk to us, Reverend.
Well, I think it's a good move by the United States government, and I'm sure this document will have to send it to them. I think they have done justice to us. Put the buckets on sanction, travel list, freeze all of their accounts, make sure they don't move. They have already tampered with the election, but that document is an indicator of their attempt to wreck the election. So they should not waste time. They should put them, they should stop them from going to that decent country because they have destroyed our country. They have destroyed our country. They finished our country. They have made our economy. They have, look, I don't know what to say, but the Liberian people will make the decision. And that's what I said. Now, look, everybody in the race for the presidency, they are all qualified. The only unqualified and undecent president is President we are because of the acts that they are involved in against the people of Nigeria. And that's why we said, in our mind, in our belief, Joseph Baka is the best person to lead this country right now, clean this mess, prosecute the Bakas, make sure that they are handcuffed and sent to sub-beach. And they must bring back our stolen money so that we face our country. Mr. Others people not paying school fee.
Yeah.
Some are not taking pay. There's no drugs in the hospital. People get sick in the intro, you go to the hospital, you have to buy your own medicine. The ambulances are not to the place. No light. No, so the Liberian people now know exactly who is who. They know that Mr.
And you are right. Thank you very much, Honorable Johnson. We said thank you for joining us. You are quite correct. People are running after radio station to shut them down because they want to suppress the freedom of the Liberian people from hearing the news. Those that tempering, especially the National Election Commission, got to be very careful because America is watching. Let's hear from you as you close from your end, Mr. Wilman Pay. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Stanton, for this opportunity. What I would say, I will end like this. You voters across this county, Monserrado County, where the story of our nation started in the 1800s. The Christian churches, the Muslim, the traditional people, we are at a crossroads. And this government, President Weah and his government, have even gone beyond. In March this year, in Lusaka, Zambia, they signed the Lusaka Declaration. They communicate, they call it the Democracy Summit Communique. In that communique, which has so many different provisions, many countries signed with reservations. Because what happens when you go to sign agreements, that international agreements, you are now mandated, you are now compelled to sign. You can sign with reservations if there are clauses that contradict and violate, or they are in conflict with your own values, your own system. But they sign it, and they in that, what the people did cleverly, they put their sexual orientation. George Weah signed it. And they hiding it. They've been hiding it. They bribed some civil society organizations. They've been suppressing the media. We revealed that to the public today. So in this county, Monserrado County, we are talking to the Christian community, to the Muslim community, to traditional people, that it is time for them to rescue their country. And the only way to rescue their country is to elect individuals who will erect the checkpoint. George Weah and the likes of Sir Joseph, the Thomas Fowler, who are desperate. They have reached, when leaders reach this desperation, they become dangerous.
Thank you.
They and their supporters. So
Thank
this
you.
is the time for
I want you to also close on this real quick, Mr. Pay. Mr. Pay, I want you to close on this.
Just a minute. I appreciate all of your panelists. They're doing very well. I just want to suggest our people in the interior, they are the ones who are going to vote. I'm begging you, sometimes when you're speaking, you bring the grammar down a little bit so that they will understand exactly where you're going. Now, I want to add to what he said. To our people in the interior, George Weah has stand up people that men will marry men, women will marry women.
Yes.
You got to think about that, like in our town, in our villages, where we ever saw woman marry woman, men marry men. That's what George Weah has brought in your country.
Yes.
He has destroyed your power. He has destroyed your sanity. He has destroyed all your traditional value because he don't want you to exist. So please think on that. You elect George Weah, your daughter will marry, your man will marry man. Woman will marry woman. That's a new idea George Weah bringing in your country. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is what you were talking about, Women Pay and Dazo. U.S. invoked visa ban on Sierra Leone President bill and others for breaking election. They are stopping them. This is a lesson Maxwell,
I
for
want
Josh
to happen
Manawia.
now. No,
So let me say this though. Most of the people in Liberia, they are American citizens, including Josh Manawia and his wife. He is an American citizen and citizen of France also. His wife is an American citizen. Most of them, the National Election Commission, they were Eto Brown Lasana. She's a green card holder. We got those information.
Mr. Waterspoon, that's why.
Yes, sir.
That's why they want to destroy the country. Then they will run away and go to America.
But
So
America
if
is saying that we will
American
stop
citizen,
you.
if we're
But there's a way.
paid,
There's a way in
official
which America, if you do those things, America as a citizen, they would not even stop you from coming back. They would just punish you.
Yeah,
but
so
understand that if you're
that's why
not,
we should reject them. When
yes,
we reject them, they will be arrested and punished. We
and
must
here we
reject them.
are today. Who knows? Here we are today. Bio won the election. People celebrating here, and they were look, a visa ban on him. Imagine George Manawia go down like that and say, you know what? You're American citizen. We'll hold you by the law. Imagine Cloud Weir. Imagine the son that is in Liberia. If you tamper with the election, Samuel Twe, you lost your green card. You turned it down. You say you do not want to be an American citizen, Samuel Twe. You threw your green card off after it expired. But the people are saying to you, Samuel Twe would get you. Percy Yeke, your green card holder, they say would get you. If your temple.
Thank you, Stanton.
Yeah, while we do this, we're going to give Nelson a few minutes and bring him on the show to go ahead and take some questions from the Liberian people. Nelson, once you see the guests off, please join us. Maxwell, let me come to you and then we'll go to Mame. Maxwell, it's very important. Oh, that's not fast, so you see them off like that very fast?
Yeah, that get the quarters.
I want us to get the quarters, man. But this thing is shocking. $3.7 million for transportation and go to St. Joseph. We'll use your buses.
Stanton, is not shocking to you. Just a few days ago, you made a prediction that those buses that the people were using, something was behind it. Because one source called you and told you that they were not being paid the money that they were promised to be paid.
Yeah.
If you remember, it was just 3 days ago.
Yeah.
So people already been giving you information about this plan in action. So this plan has been in action already. This is not new. And imagine this, Stanton. Civil servant is to take pay tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 1st.
Then get paid.
While everyone else around the world be taking pay on the 1st, civil servant in Liberia are still looking as to what the government of the Republic of Liberia, George Weah's government and Samuel Twe will pay them.
I mean, this is wickedness.
That is the extent.
Wickedness.
Liberian diplomats right now in the field, in foreign country, are worrying right now about rent payment, worrying right now about salary payment.
But listen,
when that salary will come, when that rent will come.
Let me say this, Maxwell, and Liberian need to hear this. Please, folks, read the document I put in our chat room. If you want to be in our chat room, reach out to Nelson Kolai. Read this document. I put all these things in the chat room. Mame, look at 2.6. Hire international and local election experts to support the CMT. You remember when we talked about the 7 Israelis?
Yes.
The people that came. You remember? Look how much these guys then budget. 200,000. 200,000. You cannot give 200,000 to our own Liberians for the university. You cannot give 200,000 to JFK to help with medication. You cannot give 200,000, hey man, in small business loan to market women to improve them. You give it 200.
Even if they give the 200,000 for small business loan, they will go after it and take it like they did with the last one. They didn't waste it.
Yeah, but listen now, when we blow the alarm, and say these guys are bringing foreign agent in the country to work on the internet like they're doing right now, they're giving them 200,000. It's right there. The first one, mommy.
It seems the corruption is even affecting CDC. Probably they did not pay those agents, those foreign agents well. And that's the reason why they leaked the password to the document. So the same way they steal from government, they're stealing from themselves and affecting them now. This is
but it will shock you. Let me say this, then we'll go to the phone line. Because I will do this all week. Maybe next week too. Maxwell, look at 3.3, Maxwell. And you can take your time and read that for those in the radio land.
Implement at least 80% of durable projects and promises made by the president and new development project for the campaign. Imagine that.
How much?
2.5 million. 2.5 million.
Man, round the
2.5
thing
million.
up. Round
At
the thing up.
least
2.6
80%.
million.
Yeah, 2.6. Exactly.
Can you imagine? President, we have failed for 6
in
years.
consultation, yes.
For 6 years, he failed, right? And now the same, we gave you $2.6 million for you to go implement at least 80% of doable project. So all that thing you see, President, we are doing at VLA. It's just because of election. Everything this man was doing, jumping around and saying, putting shovel on the ground, that pure nonsense. Because you know why? He got his mind made up. Everything you say, President, what we're doing, he's regretting right now. He said, why they did this to me? Why?
That's what I said from the beginning, that the release of the document marks the beginning of the failure of George Weah. You cannot lose your campaign strategy in the middle of a campaign. You cannot.
Damn, bro.
The
government wicked. The government is wicked. I have never seen a wicked government like this. I have never seen the most wicked government to her people. I have never seen it. Open the phone line. Let's hear
let's hear from the callers.
Okay, so folks, you can call on 0777-771075 or 0555-101075. We will take a call for one. Should we do teleseconds? Because I see some of the folks are already having problems. They say we're cutting the callers off.
No, 1 minute. 1 minute. Give them 1 minute.
So I think I will do my timer and we give the callers
we
1
got
minute.
another 20 minutes to be here because we're hungry, but give them 1 minute.
So please summarize your points in 1 minute so you don't say, oh, I cut
Let
it
me
off.
take this one right quick. Your name and where you calling from, my friend?
Hello.
Your name and where are you calling from?
Oh, I'm P. Jimmy Kofa calling from Baltimore.
Make your point real quick. You got 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I'm listening to the show. Really, what I really wanted is what you guys are doing tonight. You know, instead of attacking one another party.
So make your point on the issue now. Leave that one now, my man. You get 1 minute.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for the program today. I enjoyed all I wanted to say.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, clapping. Thank you. Go ahead, Nelson.
So we'll go to the line. We'll take the first caller. Hello.
Hello, Nelson.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you call from?
Good evening to the panelists on my end. This is DJ Lumet.
Go ahead.
I chair for administration of Bakaku. Hello, Mr. Stanton Watson. Thank you very much for coming on the show. We know what I've been happening. Involved in the last time this is 17 with the person of me. There was $18,000 released to distribution, $10,000 to go to the community chairman, and $8,000 for the to mobilize people. And now you see the LEC. The LEC, we have said people that no one will go to LEC place and buy the coins from LEC. The people want to charge money. That's the reason LEC was not hacked. The people want to charge money into their hands, and they know one of the ways to get fast money now is the LEC thing. They almost like telecommunication. They are demanding or not to go to LEC to pay the raw cash to take it to put it within the campaign. Now what they do? LEC system is not hacked. They want to charge money in their hands. What they do? But walking through.
Let me take this one real quick.
One.
Thank you.
All right, so I will take this one real quick. I beg you. Your name and where are you calling from?
Please leave your message.
Okay, go ahead, my friend Nelson.
Okay, so hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Your name and where you call from?
My name is Elton Nimo from District Number 9, to be precise, Rescue Mission Center.
Go ahead.
Okay, I want to appreciate our Chairman Emeritus in person, Honorable Wemope, incoming Senator of Oswego County. I want to tell you thank you on the things and stretch on. All right. Like what the topic on the discussion, these are things that the rescue mission is aimed to over and rescue Liberia. The local things, our influence, how we take about 50 million to invest it in campaign. Meaning that you're telling us that there's nothing that you have done for us. The only thing you can do is to manipulate the minds of people with the finance that you have in our state resources.
Thank you, sir.
So I want to thank you guys for the discussion. Also, thanks to Honorable Minobi Karata.
Hold on 1 minute. I got one more here real quick. Go ahead, make your point, sir. Your name and where you calling from?
Hello, this is Sheikh Sharif calling from New Jersey.
Talk to us.
Hi, CEO. So this is what I want to say. I believe that we should have multiple segments on these leaked documents and break it down to our Liberian people and speak our colloquial to them for the in a layman term, people that are in villages, in rural towns, let them understand the magnitude of this document.
Thank you very much, Sheikh. And again, we'll run with this story for the rest of the week because Liberian people need to know this. So I appreciate you, Sheikh Sherry. Thanks. Go ahead, my friend.
Okay, hello.
Hello? Yeah. How are you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to use this medium to advise the CDC people. All right? I'm Arthur Innes. To advise the CDC people, let them leave the old man about his old age or dying. Whenever they talk about this, they lose many people from the party. Just by telling me that he coming die, they have lost almost 4 persons from the party. So I want to use your medium to beg them. Let them forget about their old age. The more they talk, the more they receive the death. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take this one. Your name and where you calling from, my friend.
Thank you very much. My name is Andy Ko, and I call from Kenneman, Sierra Leone. Thank you, Stato, and thank you for the panelists, and thanks to the Spoon FM family so much for the information provided. But I don't want us to worry about the huge budget. They are not going to use any money to influence any election result. What the whole budget is about is just to steal. Mr. Weir and the rest of the folks on his campaign team know that their days have been numbered and that this will soon be up by October 10th. So they make up that budget so that they can divide that money through the ordinary sedition that yes, they spend this money, or they made a budget to spend this money to win election. But it's not, but they will not influence anything. The guys know they can even spend $1 billion, they're not going to win anything. You are calling
from Sierra Leone, Kenema. So now the United States is putting travel restriction on your president in Sierra Leone. Talk to us about and other government officials.
Unfortunately, I'm a Liberian.
I know, but you're from Sierra Leone.
Yeah. I'm currently in Sierra Leone. I will be coming by next month. By next month, I will be coming back in Liberia.
How the people talk to us about the mood of the Sierra Leonean? What, because you're in Sierra Leone, but now Bio is going to be under restriction and other government official. How did they take the message?
So from day one, the people of Sierra Leone have been worried. In fact, they have been praying because once upon a time, right after the election, the Sierra Leoneans in America were demonstrating. So even the ones that have been, that are on the ground here, with the hear of the news that they have sanctioned in waiting for those that temporarily, Sierra Leone election, they will be very, very happy. Every day is a problem for President Malabio, but that is his own problem because they look for it. This is what they have been doing. And the last time you people said it, all the African presidents, they are backing one another. If this president election is this year, this month, and the president will rig the election, they will go to their friend and say, look, mama, give me the backing. Remember, your own will be next year. That was all of them are just being in the habit of doing. Malabia have done his own, the other people have done their own. And the people of Sierra Leone, they are very much happy for the sanction they're waiting. President Malabio and his government officials.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the voice of a Liberian in Sierra Leone telling us about the mood, Maxwell, the mood of the Sierra Leonean and what is going on in Sierra Leone right now because of that news today. Thank you very much, my friend. Nelson, take a call from Liberia, please.
Hello? Yeah, go ahead, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
My name is Daniel Judy Kakwa calling from Banga City, Bonkane this evening.
Okay.
Look, CEO, I was in Kakata yesterday. Everything you people discussing on the show about Sir Joseph 419 boss is true. They had 6 of their bosses yesterday, Kakata, hauling people. They got 2 different ones. The 2 different ones is there with President. We have big kind of banner on it with Jua Hawatira. They used it last night. They went to bomb mines. Go already exposed them. We ready for them. They think these people looking for, they will get it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, you live. Go ahead.
Thank you to the Spoon family. This is the voice of Andrews, and CEO. I hope this voice will ring bell in your ear. 5 days ago, when the president was going bombing, I printed a banner
asking him to kindly assist me with medical support. And the EPS guy kicked me up. And the long time iron that got broken in me that I'm making a plea to you, CEO, where he kept talking to me back to back. Today, that iron now has pushed off my face. And as I'm speaking to you, I'm there with it. I'm going through pain. I got no help nowhere. Hey, CEO, to all those that are on the panel tonight, including Mo Ali, kindly help me to remove this from my legs. I'm going through pain. CEO, thank you. I take the bag.
Thank you. We take this person. Hello? Okay, hello?
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Your name and where you calling from? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I heard you talking about Toyasan era. It's a land. That's a land. If Toya was saying era, it would be all over. It wasn't going to be hearing documents. So where else I get news on the say Toya sang era?
Okay, thank you. Hello? Hello? Yeah, go ahead. Oh no, we lost this person. Hello? Yes, go ahead. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, this is Bangali calling from Hamburg.
Okay, go ahead, Bangali.
Yeah, and I will thank you both for the program. But I want to appeal to the rescue mission team. Best thing we do, let us. Nobody carry to the voting site. But that's what they want to do. And the other one is, it is true, everywhere a personal visit, the people are
Mohammed, mute your mic.
30,000 to mobilize the people that came to Habel, Amir, or Kakata. That's what happened.
Thank you.
So
I want to hold you right there, and this will be shocking to you guys. Mama, be careful before your conversation come in the radio, Mama. Let me hold you there, Nelson. We'll take more calls. Maxwell, we are receiving information, right?
Yeah.
The information again from the same from our guys that, man, this thing is bad, Maxwell.
Let me just say something. Let me say
this to you, and you can add on it. Our sources is telling us that what's the position of Yemane Piercing? Her position, Mame. Mame, are you with us? What's Yemane Piercing position? Can somebody tell us? I don't want to jump in there. I know her position, but I want the folks to follow along.
No.
Yemane Piercing, what's her position at the central bank?
I don't know her position is in the central bank either.
Hey Nelson, you're a journalist now. Tell us, what's the woman position at central bank?
Yumade is the deputy governor.
So if Yumade is a deputy governor at central bank, our sources is telling us that Yumade feeding into an NSA agent that will sit. I'm not going to show his picture, right? We got his name. They took his picture. Our sources is telling us that the guy got a desk at the bank. He sit in that corner. When everybody leave, he got a black bag. Yemane Piercing as alleged. Let me be, use the real phrasal word. As alleged that Yemane Piercing gave this guy the money for all the activities, and he take it directly to Finabando. And this guy is moving with that black bag. They are saying his name is Wilson. He's an NSA agent. The allegation that he will come early in the morning, and after everything, he take that money and he take it directly to George Manawia compound. Every funds that going to come in, it go to the bank. These are the arrangement. I'm holding back his picture for a reason, because it is important. We'll be on this story. I'm probably going to cancel our guest, or the guest will come in if she want to join us, and we will go deeper into this story. Liberia government is rotten. Liberia government have come to the place of all-time low. And again, when the people talk about sanction and visa restriction, a lot of head going to roll. I will say this to you. Yamada Pearson, the allegation that she gave him money to an NSA agent that person to be working at the bank with his black bag. His name is Wilson. I don't know the Wilson, never met them. I'm not going to show his picture. Anybody's name can be Wilson. But the allegation that Yamani Pearson is an operative feeding into the CDC government and using all the resources to bring that $50 million for their campaign. Liberians, hear us and hear us well. C'est fini. The government is finished. Prince Maxwell, I am disappointed.
Stanton, I am disappointed. Dr. Moniba is very disappointed. Liberian people are disappointed, and the Liberian youth is disappointed, most definitely. But so let's connect something. Let's connect something on the show today. Day before yesterday, you informed the Liberian people of the mass migration. I will call that list of mass migration list of officials of government heading to the UNGA come the 19th of September 2023. And this is a call to the international media in Liberia and the local media in Liberia as well. It is their responsibility to investigate these documents that are being produced here by Spoon TV relative to the amount of money that the president and his party are about to spend on elections. We know that the president's entire delegation is going to the UNGA. They should be shunned at the UNGA for such a thing. There should be a massive blackout of the delegation at the UNGA for spending this kind of, for at least allotting this amount of money towards their campaign, knowing fully well that the Global Hunger Report just stated Liberia right now is in a critical state of hunger, that the UNDP placed Liberia on a multi-dimensional poverty. And here we are lavishing $50 million on campaign funding. So at the UNGA, President Weah's government should be laughed at there, because no poor country will want to spend this amount of money on election, or no sensible government will want to even put such a number on paper for anyone to see in the first place, the $50 million. And this is the reason why Dr. Moniba has stated consistently that the level of corruption in this government is an insult to the intelligence of Liberia and Liberians, and not just Liberians, but also the international community. It's a blatant disregard for international norms and international best practice and international accountability. Even if
I want to say thank you, Prince. I hope we can go back to the phone line.
I wanted to say something.
Go ahead, Mr. Mame. Go ahead, please.
The amount of money you see in the document you leaked is the official campaign resources. Outside of that, other different government ministers and parties associates have their own separate budget running their own activities outside of this campaign. So it's a huge sum of money. The last time I spoke with Councillor Gonglo, I said, all the good plans we have, how do we fund it? He said, Amola, money is in this country. Don't joke. There is enough money in this country to do most of the things we intend to do. It has revealed itself. For example, you're spending over 600,000 just to feed people. That money could address the situation in JFK where women are burning their children and you tying them and imprisoning them until they can pay before they leave. A few weeks ago, university students were protesting because no chairs in the school. But you're spending 600,000 on campaign rallies. I just wanted to point to Liberian people that money is in the country. The reason why we cannot move forward is not because there is no money or no idea. It is because of corruption. It is because the leaders will have the concern about themselves more than the concern about the country. What happened in Gabon? If you go and do a spot check on George Weah today, you will find suitcases of money in his house. The same thing you saw in Gabon a few days ago. So it is time the people are feeling it. It is only the decision to make to reject it.
Mummy, and I hope religious leaders are praying if they have the conscience of God. I hope the students are listening. For 6 years, you raking $50 million to be re-elected? Amen. How can this do this to the poor people of Liberia? The old man going to bed tonight and her children have no food to eat.
No food, Stanton, no food.
$50 million?
50 million.
Somebody is in Brooklyn jail right now, digging cassava
Suffering.
just to go roast, and they get
Seriously.
with. Somebody went back to pound cabbage and kiss me.
Water and food.
How can George Weah do this to the people of Liberia?
He doesn't care, Stanton.
How can Samuel Twe do this to the people of Liberia?
He loves to lie, Stanton.
How can these people run up and down and celebrate that yes, we'll win, we'll win?
Now, Muya, Stanton, Muya.
This is the worst thing, Maxwell. Our people are suffering, they are dying. And these guys then talking about we will win the first round. These guys then talking about transportation. They gave Sir Joseph $3.7 million, feeding $665,000, mobilization $332,000. These guys say we care less about you, but we talk about us because once we win again, we're still, we're wreck. So therefore, let's do this. Let's bring in the foreign agent to steal this election for us and give them $200,000. It's right there. I'm not the one that's saying it. But open the phone line, Nelson. Let's just take call from Liberia itself. I beg to my international brothers and sisters, let's listen to Liberians. Let take calls. Take like 10 straight without interruption. And then we'll wrap this thing up.
Okay, 077771075
We are in a generational fight.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Go ahead, sir. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm calling from Brazil.
Go ahead, Poema.
Yeah, what I want to say here, thank you for the show. I got one scripture I want you to read it. Please, Psalm 91. Psalm 91, verse 1. Let's read that scripture. That particular scripture, a guy out on the full sense. So
you said Psalm 91?
Yeah, he said Psalm 91. You said Psalm 91, right?
Psalm 91, verse 1.
Verse what?
Verse 1. Psalm 91, verse 1, he said.
Psalm 91, verse 1. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High
all the enemy
shall abide under the shadow. Tell the man to listen now.
I mean, listen. The reading is going on. So just listen. And you said Psalm 91, verse 1?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Listen.
We'll read from verse 1 to 5 because again, this is very important. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in Him will I trust. Surely He shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover thee with His feathers, and under His wings shall thou trust. His truth shall be the shade and buckler. Thank you very much, my dear friend. Thank you for the scripture. Beautiful.
So we take the next call. Hello.
Hello, CEO.
Okay, go ahead. You're live.
I'm Timothy from Boston calling from Vader.
Go ahead, Timothy.
No, CEO, I just want to tell you thank you so much for our Liberian people who will protect our vote. I just want to tell President we will manly vote for you with our life, with our blood, with our sweat. There is no way that you'll see our vote. No one can see our joy and CEO. Let me tell you today, I thank you so much for the show. I just tell the president, where is Charlie the CEO? Where President Yete? Where Chucky Taylor? Where the people? We the Liberian people that we sit in that way and our children using Chimo Bucky. That our children thought they were clean their butt on the ground.
Be careful.
We
Yeah,
will
listen,
protect our
you're
food.
on radio. So
I
refine.
know, but we mind our food as a Liberian.
Okay.
We're using what to bless our children. We are the problem. Then at the school fee go high. The elections are paying 100 million for the food that will protect our food.
Thank you,
every villagers. We gotta buy our food like rock and fire. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the show. We're watching and we're listening. We know you're listening. We know that family member on their houses. We will protect the food. We will mind our food.
Thank you. Okay, we take this person. Hello. 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 You are live on the radio. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Man, take somebody else. The men are ready.
People of Liberia. This is the voice of the ALC District 3 Coordinator of Mangili, and I call you from Kakata. And let me be straight to the point. See, when the last time you make me aware that, place that one of your staff was what I wanted to make a arrangement to appear. So see, when it was prudent enough that you guys gave ears to us to tell you the happiness and what unfolded in the country. See, I also recommend to this platform that the guys in the diaspora should not be prioritized for us that in Liberia. We go through the things and anger, and we know what happened, we know how our people are dying on a daily basis from starvation. We are giving birth. If on the hospital, people are dying for children disease on a daily basis. The only thing that Nigeria owns in the present real administration that we can boast of is groundbreaking. In 2019, when you came here for the capital retreat, it was a groundbreaking. Yesterday, it was a groundbreaking. There is nothing tangible to prove in this country. It is shameful. It is disgraceful. Still, please allow us the transformer to appear on this platform. My name is Crazy Moses, the MC District City Coordinator of Nigeria. Thank you for the time of hearing me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, reduce or walk away from a radio, please, or just reduce the volume. Go ahead.
Yeah, how are you? I'm Patrick Nelson speaking from Broadville.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, I want to be grateful to Mr. Waterspoon, and I want to take this time to commit Liberia unto God. One thing I know that God will not allow us to suffer the second time. God is merciful. As the song is being sung, we made a mistake, and some mistakes are lessons that people learn. And I want to assure God has shown this to me, and I believe it. Joseph Boakai is the next president of the Republic of Liberia, and so be it.
Thank you. Hello? Hello? Go ahead.
Hi,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my issue now very on what you're discussing.
Oh, yeah, issue now on what we're discussing. Hello? Okay, hello?
Hello.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is my calling.
Go ahead.
See, thank you, CEO, for the show. This government has failed us. I have disappointment in this government. Right now, as I'm talking, I have to have myself on my landlord because there is no job. Since my rent came, April, there is no job. My children have been put in order for school fees because there is no job. Money. I just come for eating Gary. I met my children. Just come for eating Gary. Then the people put in the kind of money. Hey man, why the people will be so heartless to us? Why? What we have done to them? But swear to God, God is so faithful. Never be disappointed in God. I know that they are here. I mean, one day.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello?
So let me take the last call. It's good that we took it from Liberia. Take the last call, please.
So go ahead now. You are the final call.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I so appreciate this, Abu Sharif. I'm calling from Mankaji.
Go ahead, Sherry.
Yeah. But I also appreciate the CEO to also to discuss about the only thing that the issues of some fake lesson to American. So for that, they're going to be going in jail right after October, November 7 or 4. So can you people please discuss it?
Okay, thank you. Hello. Okay, so we take the final person here. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Your name and where you call from.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to Spoon Talk. Our people are dying today. Our people are sleeping with hunger in the asking of morning. Our people are sleeping sick. They can't go to hospital in the asking of morning. Woe on the job we are. God is seeing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Should we take the last caller? Wow, it's like we have some connection issue.
Are we done?
Okay, yeah, I think we do.
Thank you very much, Nelson. Thank you very much, Prince Maxwell, Abula, my man. Let's wrap this thing up. The guys supposed to come up tonight with the late night politics and discuss issue. I am disappointed. It's up to Liberian home and abroad to express themselves because this is embarrassment. This is embarrassing. There's a gentleman in Sierra Leone that called me and said, Stanton, Mother BO shut down a radio station. And all this thing about visa registration and other issue with he and his government today and sanction that is coming is because they suppress the voice of the people of Sierra Leone. They suppress them by Prince Maxwell. The same way the government did everything through Samatua to shut down Spoon. You remember? They shut down Spoon because the people couldn't receive this kind of information. So George Monawia is frustrated and they are planning again to bring another game to shut down Spoon Network. But they will be punished by the American. And because you understand this is the Liberian people radio station. The people need to hear it. The people need to know the truth and nothing but the truth. So what is happening in our nation? I challenge anyone. Let's see whether newspaper will carry this information or more. Let's see whether all the newspaper in the country will carry this information. And let's see whether the radio station and will make this the tomorrow program. Because you know why? Maybe not all of them, but most of them are in the pocket of Samatua and Josh Weah. So that's the reason why they will do everything to shut down Spoon Network. Because God will provide for us. We are fearless. This Spoon Talk got nothing to do with Spoon Network, though. We have signed our paper as an independent talk show, Maxwell. So anything you say, you on your own, you will give. Anything I say or Mame or all of the other panelists going to say, because we have signed a contract as an independent talk show to operate with all radio stations, not only Spoon Network radio station. That's why we're on Trust FM, we're on Premium FM, we're on all the other radio stations, and we relay our program because the Liberian people need to know. Spoon Talk is represented by Dr. Richardson, and she went into an agreement with Spoon Network. She's going to go into an agreement with other network. She will go into an agreement with them that Spoon Talk will continue. So I got nothing to do with Spoon Talk. So if they come, the network will say, this is our contract, mommy. Those people are independent talk show program. They got nothing to do with us. Go after them. Because we're revealing this information because only us can reveal them, Prince Maxwell. I'm not afraid of nobody. Not personal, we are. I respect the office, but I'm not afraid of him. Oh, you talking about why? Samuel Toy, I beg you, man, go sleep. I'm not afraid. The Liberian people need to know the truth. How can a government put their hand in the Liberian people budget to get $50 million for the campaign? How can the deputy bank governor, the sources, the allegation that she's the one, and I will still be corrected, the allegation that she's the one moving this money with one Wilson from NSA as alleged. How can they do such a thing? this is wickedness in high places. So where you see the buses going, Maxwell, 2-3 kilo B yellow school buses, it's because the agreement with Sir Joseph, $3.7 million gave it to him. And everywhere the president wanted to go, they would transport the guys there. They promised to get them 40 bucks. But guess how much they're giving them? $10. And the people are even crying and say, we want our money. So guys, tomorrow again, we'll talk about this thing. I am disappointed, Maxwell. I am frustrated, Maxwell. What more we want God to do for Liberia? What more we want God to do? You can
I'm
come in, my
disappointed as
brother.
well.
I'm done.
I'm disappointed as well, Stanton. And that's the reason why Lino has set aside itself to be distinguished when it comes to these issues. It's good that today we're all talking about one issue that is clear when it comes to corruption. But I want to be very clear to Liberian people that from day one, Dr. Moniba has
I
made it.
beg you, Maxwell, let me interrupt you. Grand Jide, how much Grand Jide the president looking for Grand Jide? That's something I want to add to what you are saying, Maxwell. If you can
80%.
just help me.
80% of the
Grand
vote.
Jide, 50%?
80.
Yeah, it's in line with what Garrison Yedu said when he was on another FM. He said that he would deliver Grand Jide to president. We are up to 40%. So the document saying, you see, these guys don't know exactly what it is, Maxwell. Go ahead, my brother. These guys are reading this document. They have shared it with them. They're reading it.
It's good that they have a document to share among themselves every day, but Liberian people do not have food to share among themselves, right? Liberian children do not have school books and good schools to go to. Dr. Moniba has always said that he's very saddened of the fact that Liberian students are going to dirt floor classrooms and sitting down on dirt floor, right? And these things are facts. We know that. In the 21st century,
we're here
in
live
the,
on 107.5.
in the 21st century, Liberians. Nelson, could you please mute your mic, please?
No, I think he's trying to connect us to the radio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's most important. That like we know that these children are going through these things. We know that the issue of hunger is serious in the land. There's been many international reports about that. And not only that, the international report, Dr. Moniba came up with a study on this issue. He's talked about it, he's researched it, and he predicted that it is going to even be worse going forward. Because the younger generation may be taking this as a joke. Some of them may be not paying serious attention to what is going on. And Dr. Moniba has been sounding the alarm bell for a while now, that this is a generational fight, that we need generational change in Liberia, because we know that the problems of today is going to become the problem of tomorrow. They are only going to front load this problem for us just few years down the road. We know fully well that just 2017, when we elected George Weah, when Liberian people elected George Weah, all of the problems that he now has come up with, he's now front loading to Liberian people very, very soon. $50 million for campaign funding. Let's talk about the issue of sanction, right? Let's talk about the issue of sanction. We see that the US government has been going around making it clear to emerging democracies that they need to practice better democracy and better governance processes. So we see now that Sierra Leone has been targeted because of the violence and the corruption within the election system. And that is not far from Liberia. We also know in Liberia that we do now have 2 Magnitsky Act sanctioned individuals in Liberia. And unfortunately, one of them now is in bed with the United Party regime. And the other one, right, is within George Weah's CDC's former office. We know that. And these things are critical to our national security and our national stability, especially our future going forward. This is the reason why young people are booing the president. This is the reason why young people are stating clearly that there must be change in Liberia because it has to happen.
Yep.
This is the reason why civil servant is going to go tomorrow without salary. Imagine that. And they are expected on October 10th to go and vote in the polls. Think about that. The young children are going to school that are of school age right now, who are in high school, who are above the age of 18. They are expected to go on October 10th to go and vote. When the schools that they go to are not funded properly, when the teachers that teach them in class are not paid properly, we have a national crisis on our hands. And Dr. Moniba has said over and over that there is a national crisis and he has a national solution to these issues that we are faced with. And I believe that he has that because I've seen it.
Thank you very
So
much.
we need to fix things up in Liberia and make things the right way it is. President we has lied to us from 2017 years lied. I don't even think anymore that the passion that you have for the country has it now.
No. Forget that. That is done. Let me show you guys before we bring in Mombay. I want you guys to read this. 5.5, Maxwell. 5.3, 5.4, 5.5, 5.6. I'm interested in 5.5. Utilize the president appointment power to attract more support from the opposition community. The president to fill vacant position in government, nationally, and at the local government level. Didn't we see this? When the man went, he filled all the seats in the interior. Mayors, superintendents, town chief, house boy, house girl. These were the plans. Ensure that all local government officials either folded aligned with the Weah Taylor 2023 campaign or be replaced. Listen to that wickedness. Mommy, I can't wait for tomorrow. Mommy, engage opposition political parties and permanent politicians and facilitate process leading to their endorsement of President George Manuel Weah as their collaboration with the CDC campaign. $940,000.
That's the reason why you saw all the lawmakers, including Situma and the rest of them, who themselves are political burdens, going to join and endorse George Weah. That's the reason why you see.
Please, John Spoon talk tomorrow. We have the other document that you have not seen.
Exactly.
We will give it to you. They are saying that again, facilitate the work of the governing council. Amen. Hey, look at you, Prince Maxwell. Governing council? How can you do this if you call them governing councils?
Facilitate the work of the governing council in strategically supporting the campaign.
How can you do this if you call them governing council?
The governing council who are eating money there.
225,000. That's why the men that they appointed on the campaign trail campaigning.
See, this one's a key one, Stanton. Engage opposition political parties and permanent politicians and facilitate processes leading to their endorsement
of President
of the president. He just simply saying bribe them.
Bribe them, 940,000. Go to Maurice Atuma and bring him in. Get him money, give him what he wants. Go to Edwin Snow. You are muted, man. My man, why you mute yourself?
That's a language for saying bribe them.
Yeah, facilitate. Go to Edwin Snow. Go to Edwin Snow. Bring him in. Give him what he wants. Seriously. Go to Henry Tumba. Go to how you call him? Go to my Gibi Senator Emmanuel Nukwe. Bring them in.
But you see, Emmanuel Nukwe coming back.
That's what I'm saying.
You see the budget line?
He had a conversation with Miguel, and now they are in line. So both of them.
Now the budget line is
$900,000, almost $1 million. Each person can go with 100G or 50G.
Imagine this. Imagine you are a politician sitting at home and you're thinking about what is for tomorrow, right? And you have a CDC representative run up to your office and say, listen, read this document, call me tomorrow, let's talk. Once you read a document, you see, you read all of this, you can see yourself and say, well, I can eat some money from this thing. You know what, let me call these guys and kind of talk. So by virtue of this, the CDC government is facilitating bribery in our political process, electoral political process. That's what
But you know
basically they're
what?
trying to do.
You know what? You know the information I just received? I'm going to put it bow. They
And
sent it to the American.
Dr. Moneyba spoke about this.
But listen, they sent this to the American embassy and the other partners. They sent it for their own review. They're sharing it with them. So all the appointment the president made was political appointment.
Sure. Exactly. But
Mame, talk to us,
yeah,
Mame.
I want to talk to you and conclude. I think the end time is here. I will start on that note that the end time is here. But you will always have stubborn people around to continue to mislead the president that the end time is not here. I give you a classic example. When Lair Rebel began to hit Morovia from Lofa, people around President Taylor said, oh, Gange will flush them all. The paper is strong. When they came closer and reached around bombing, so the paper not get resources, the paper going Cuba and get army will flush the men up. Instead of them telling you to do things that can save the country, they continue to tell you can make it. When Lair Rebel reached to new bridge, to the old bridge and the new bridge, and the entire country was locked down, they were still talking that one and they would just remain red there, they will not come to Morovia. The people left from where Lofa, so they just remain red there, they will not come to Morovia. When the pressure mounted and Charles and the international pressure was for Charter to leave, they said the Papa can go anywhere, can get strong. Instead of them advising on what to do to change the country and change the situation. When he went to the airport to finally leave the country, said the Papa, you're going, you will come back. When they put him in prison for 50 years, before some of them came to their senses and started looking for different person to be a secret fan on. That exactly is what happening with George Weah. Everybody seeing the sign on the wall that the end time has come for you. But he will still have secret friends around him telling him, Papa, you can make it. So that is for them to worry. We'll talk more about that. To the Liberian people, every time you say we want to support the men are humanitarian, the men are good men, the men can help us with scholarship. Check and see how much he has stolen from you and how much he gave it to you. Sir Joseph is a classic example of somebody who steals more from you and gave you less in the name of helping you. You see the budget for transportation? He brought 15 buses in the country. He gave 3 to Monserrado County. He running 12 for private transportation, renting to his own party. But he will come to you and say he's a humanitarian. Do not be voting people because they are humanitarian. Vote them because of the values they have, their ideas on how to change your country. I want to send that message to you. Lastly, and most importantly, the way we see the campaign, we don't see it as a generational fight. That's a complete contrast with how we see the campaign. We see the campaign as an ideological fight. George Weah was a young man when he contested 2005, I think around 38 or 39 years old. Young people. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf came and said, oh, it's time for the new generation to take over when George Weah was contesting against Joseph Boakai. Gave chance for new generation. George Weah became president representing, quote unquote, the new generation. Look at the young people across government, from ministers to deputy ministers to assistant minister, head of agencies. Young people. So it is not being young making you qualified and competent to lead the transformation process. We see it as an ideological fight. Who is ready to make government a place to serve and not a place to steal? Who is ready to fight corruption? Who is ready to invest in agriculture and how? So it's not about being young or old. It's about the ideology. So that's how we see the campaign. We don't see it as a generational fight. We see it as an ideological fight. We've heard generational change. We have young people in government. We have young people at the highest level in the country. They continue to mislead people. They continue to cause trouble. The people that are drafting this budget for CDC to spend over 50 million are young people. Look at the structure of their political party from the chairman down. Those are all young people who went to school together with. So it's not about generation for us. It's about ideology. Who can make government a place to serve and not a place to steal? And that's what the Black People Party stands for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going over these documents that coming to me, brother. I will tell every one of you, man. It don't done.
It don't.
This is not about some done, some not done, but the whole thing is done. It don't done. You know what time we used to eat some done, some not done. We say you used to eat it. But this is it done done. Let me go back to you, Prince Master. You got something to say. I'm going to mute myself because I get the new information, folks.
Yeah. Let me just say this to Liberian people out there. There are so many things that you have to deal with on a daily basis. Waking up in the morning and trying to find food for your children. My good friend Nelson right now sits in the studio. He has to be worried about his security about getting home because he usually leaves late and he has to take care of his family at the end of the day. There is some woman right now going to the hospital, or there's a family right now running to GFK or trying to rush their family to GFK to get medical treatment, and they don't even know whether there'll be drugs at that medical center. Or they'll have to go across the road to local pharmacy to go ask for that drugs, but the price is too high for them to pay. We have families in Monrovia where there's legislative where they're still using jack-o'-lantern. They are still using jack-o'-lantern, where their children are waking up in the morning with black smoke in their nose and in their ears. We do have people right now waking up or about to go to bed with candles, hoping that they cut the candle off before they go to bed, or else it will burn their house. And there will be no fire service to come on time to cut that fire off. Schools are about to open in Liberia, and children are about to go to school. Parents are worried that the copybooks and pen prices have gone up, and they have to use the minimum amount that they have, worrying that tomorrow, September 1st, the government will not pay them their salary on time. There are also people who work in the private sector in Liberia. They too are also worried that their bank cards will not work at the banks, at the ATMs in Monrovia. When they go there, there'll be no money in the ATM. Money will finish because there is shortage of foreign currency on our market in Liberia. There are market women right now who are planning tomorrow morning to go to market centers to go buy their pepper, onion, bitter ball to bring to the market in Douala or Red Light and no other areas. But they are much more worried about the roads because they have to pay very high cost for transportation because we are in a rainy season in Liberia. These things are things that are generational. These things are things that have been forward to the generation that we have in Liberia. They're not ideological. We know how to get them fixed. There are ideas all on the books in Liberia. Every time we get professionals, they bring new ideas, they bring new policies. But when it comes to implementation and capacity and bravery, it's not there. Because there's a clientelistic cell that's built in Liberia where everybody must one for all for one. Inside, you not know. If I can steal, you must steal too. It's breaking that with the new flow of new people, new blood in the system. That is the generational fight. Because the generation prosperity has been stolen away. We see CDC coming to use $50 million just for a campaign of 5 million people.
Let me give this. This is very important, and we can discuss it more because we're totally out of time. I want to put this up. You guys seeing this thing? Might as well, Mambe. Hey man, 12.1. Can you read it?
Engage.
Mambe, you muted. Why are you muting yourself, Mambe?
I'm on.
Not Mambe that you and Prince Maxwell are messing you guys up. Yeah, man.
Prince, go ahead and read.
Engage.
This thing.
12 point key strategy. 12.1. Engage the facilitators at all levels through officials and convert operation, including their leaders, managers, supervisors, and staff.
My question to you: engage the facilitators at all levels through officials and covert operation. 730,000. Does this ring a bell about National Election Commission?
Wait. Covert operation?
You said I'm
Covert operation?
operation, including their leaders, managers, supervisors, and staff. Engage them. The government have nothing but to wreck this election. These guys then putting aside almost $1 million, and I want Liberian to listen to this. We will talk it again tomorrow, but they are saying, engage, go into the system. Let me bring this one up for you to understand what we are saying here. Amen. Listen to this one, the money they put aside. Activate social media propaganda. But let's go back to 7.4. Ensure print and electronic media publications and appearances on daily talk show across the country. Thank God they didn't postpone that work there because we now handle that one from them. Plan and hold at least 3 different campaign rallies in each county. Organize and execute county campaign tour and hold. Listen, these guys are talking about
And hold
2.1 million,
strategic meeting between the
1.5
president
million, 2.1 million, 1.5
religious
million.
leaders.
These guys are involving the religious leader and everything. But this is the scary part right here. Mommy and my brother Maxwell.
Before I go there, people just informing me that the guys have changed the password to the document. So other people what? Yeah, other people were able to access it, other people now they finish changing so they can access
I already get it. So let it change it. They will change the whole document now. I look crazy man to them. I already downloaded the whole thing. They all in my email. Yeah, you know that, but this is embarrassing. You know, this is totally embarrassing. That document have only 1.5 password.
At all levels, through of officials and covert operators, including their leaders, managers, and supervisors. Who wrote this?
But the people are telling you that we want to see the election.
This is an internal document. They did not expect it to come out, Maxwell. This is an internal document.
This document is from Josh Manor. We are Samuel Twe, the campaign Eugene Lee Nangbe. It's just among 5 to 10 of them. But I want to then send it to us.
The Liberian people expect a democratic election, but this document seems to suppose that the CDC intend to abuse the Liberian people financially.
Yeah. I will tell you what, these guys that depend on the money. That's why they put aside $2.1 million to engage and listen to media network, print media, electronic media, everything. They say, go pay them. Activate social media propaganda, targeting 665 individuals for daily countrywide engagement. That's why some of our friends then here saying CDC will win. Because every day, Senator will get out 1.5 million, giving us on the money. The money is set aside. We can call some of their names.
Stanton, you see how the young people's future has been stolen? You see how the young people's future has been stolen?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
A broad daylight.
Yeah.
A broad daylight in our eyes. The young people's future has been stolen.
Yeah. The Ghana is telling you, say, the Ghana say, social media, mama, social media.
Let me say something
So if you see some of our friends causing us, it's not because they want to cause us though. It's because they get the money. The social media budget is set. If you see some of our own friends that wants to drink tea together and eat bread and break bread and laugh and joke, they turn against us and say, man, we'll talk to you after the election, my man, but we got to eat for now. Yeah. After October 10th, they will come back and say, my man, forget that in our election talk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The media, besides the social media, the traditional media, we're not calling names. Samuel 12 wrote press release and gave to them, say, put in your newspaper and put on your radio station that African Development Bank coming build Coastal Highway. They took that press release and put it all over Monrovia. We did a research,
but
African Development Bank clarified.
They said a lie.
Then we gave them the link to African Development Bank.
They said they will not print it.
They refused to print it.
But somebody is saying, why NEC saying they don't have money? The government take the money that's supposed to go to NEC, they're doing a covert operation. Go to all the supervisor and all the manager and give them money. The government taking that money. Yes, sir.
Stanton, Liberia is a population of 5 million. The government is proposing a campaign budget of 50 million. Just recently, the NEC is suggesting that they do not have money for the runoff election if we go to a runoff election, which will definitely happen based on the numbers at play. This is more than a shame, on a national shame on the country. And all opposition political parties need to be absolutely concerned about this, because Dr. Moniba has raised this very concern from the very beginning, that we need to be much more vigilant as it pertains to how the government has weaponized the national budget for its campaign purposes. This is a glaring example of that splurge of money time. Bosses, facilitators, even if the CDC had chicken, they will put money on the chicken too. Imagine that. Go ahead, mommy.
Yeah, just to keep telling our people, this election is about you. It's not about, anybody personal interest. We all have seen where Joe we are is taking the country. It's going down the drain. It's becoming disastrous. You live in Morovia and you cooking soup for 3 days or 2 days, but you don't have freezer in your house. 3 days you cooking soup. It creating health problem for you, but you don't know yet. It creating health problem for you. And this is happening because the money that people are supposed to use to create opportunities for you to get job, they're keeping it to spend it to give you $40 to go and register and vote for them. Eat the money and teach them lesson. If Liberian people teach job, we are lesson this election, any other leader that become president will learn from that lesson. Say there was a popular man in this country, a soccer icon who became president. He abandoned the people. When he went for second round, they defeated him. The people were not stupid. That is the message we want you to send to George Weah.
Our people are living like when the war was going on. They are squeezing their livelihood in order to make it day by day. Look, if
I beg I need to laugh at you, but mama made me laugh. I beg you, Prince. Mama say, Prince, I beg you. Mama say the people change the password. That open man at me, kutu cool at me. You will tell me when I receive that here, I put everything on my computer and download it all. I beg you, yeah. That man at me tell me the people. I knew someone are going to change the password. Yeah. But I guarantee you though, the new password. By tomorrow, I will get a new password. Even at job where I get it, I will get it by tomorrow. I can guarantee you. While we wrap the show, let's just bring in Ellis real quick. Ellis got something to say. Then from there, we'll close this thing, man. Ellis, talk to us.
Yeah, I mean, so Staton, thank you so much for the invite. You put us something out with regards to the 2080 and a lot of other stuff. And for me, I think what we will do to the Liberian people, we will help them to interpret exactly what is happening and some of those information that are contained in that documentation. And so we will appear on the show subsequently. But before the end of the show, I just wanted to put a few things into context. Now, what you saw over there regards to the 2080 talks are referred to the aspect of the number of precincts. You know, there are 2,080 polling precincts across the country. And so you have to have a war room where the data are going to be filtering into. And so that budget you see, this particular portion that you see on the screen is basically making reference to how these things are going to be implemented. And there are many other things that we talk about. I will go in detail tomorrow when we have time. And
sure, if you want to come on the show tomorrow, we can bring you on that you speak on this issue. But let me ask you though, because you work on the campaign for CDC, you were one of the folks in the war room, breaking the news and giving the numbers from different counties. CDC plan right now saying we get 40% from bombing this, that, whatsoever, because we wait all the time and Nelson got to get ready for his 9 p.m. show. Let me ask you very quick though, is this realistic?
So what you're seeing is is these are information that were put into play long ago. And there are many things that factor into these determinations. And some of these feed into the form and manner in which the voter registration exercises went on, and many other things that have happened and that are about to happen. So these numbers you see are not just numbers to overlook. These are numbers that you see on the basis of calculations made, strategy put in place, and some of which have already happened and that are about to happen.
So can we also say feeding into the money, pay the print media, electronic media, pay the managers and supervisors at National Election Commission, covert operation, bring in all the local governors and township and supervisors or superintendent from all the different counties. George Manaway appointed them. All these different things coming into play. You think that's exactly why they're getting the numbers from? Engaging opposition political party and permanent politician. They set a budget for 940,000. Facilitate the work of the governing council, 225,000. And we'll go over it tomorrow. But real quick, just talk to us. So you are right. These things, because look at the time, Maxwell. Look at the time over here. They are talking about July 10. They went back to, long time. These people are putting into place these different things. $2.5 million. But over here, they say their target is September 30th, 2023. Implement at least 80% of doable project. Again, we are all young people here, man. How frustrated are you, Alex? That the government, your government that you brought into power, your sweat and blood with CDC, they're taking $50 million to go and steal the election.
So the first thing is, I would say tomorrow, we will firstly begin the show by issuing, by clearly stating that whatever we say on your platform will be our voices, and we take full responsibility of it, not the platform. Because there are a lot of things we're going to talk about. Whenever we appear on your show, we present facts. And so those things you are seeing, like I said, there are many things that feed into them. Some of them have happened, some of them have not happened. We will call names of people and institutions and how these things are being implemented. But for some of the media stations or news outlets, every day there is something coming out on the CDC and being published by the CDC. For example, the Hot Pepper newspaper. Every day you look at the Hot Pepper newspaper, there's an entire column. It's either the front page or the back page that takes something about the CDC and many other news or radio stations that you dare not waste your time to go to because
we'll talk about it tomorrow. Thank you very much, Alex. Maxwell, you got in a few seconds before Monday. We're leaving now. I'm done.
Well, Today basically was a show that was giving to the opportunity to respect two of the colleagues that came on, despite the fact that I do not agree with some of the things that were stated by them. But it was important that we gave them the opportunity to speak their mind and what they were about. All right. So I just want to make that clear. We are open to the possibility of bringing our candidates from Lino on this show as much as United Party brings their candidate on the show. And I'm sure that other political parties that affiliate with this show and have the privilege to have panelists on the show would like to do the same. So that they too can be able to position their views for Liberian people to hear that. I also stated on yesterday's show that it will be good that we bring on or we ask candidates from district number 15 in Logantown to bring candidates that are there so that they too can come and speak about what they intend to do that are there, despite the fact that I do respect my former schoolmate. It is important because it's a democracy. We need to hear from all parties, including our own party that may have candidates in those areas as well. But let's come to the issue that we spoke about today. Stanton, you've done Liberian people a great service today by producing this document. And I think that your level of confidentiality you've established over the years with many of your sources is rewarding the Liberian people here. But this is no secret, because Dr. Moniba came here on this station, and in many of his engagement with Liberian people have stated clearly the level of endemic corruption in the country, and how the government went about systematically and strategically implementing that endemic strategic processes they have used to drag the future resources of this country to themselves. We know for a fact that Samuel Fue has been consistently lying to Liberian people, and for whatever reason, he thinks that he can lie to the 85% of young people that are under the age of 45 in the country. For some reason, he thinks that, forgetting that most of the people are educated people as well. We can also go to the fact that we need to protect our country, because now our country now stands on the precipice of international ridicule. We know we have two meniscally central individuals in the country, Prince Y. Johnson and Nathaniel McGill. These people have not been held domestically for any level of accountability.
Keep that. We just wrapped up. Man,
Right.
I'm gonna leave on the
See
show
them
with
running around.
Nelson.
It is important.
I
It
will
is
leave you
important
on
that
the
we
show
bring
with
that to
Nelson. I
light
gotta go.
and make sure we make the things go forward.
Let me go eat
Just
some.
wrapping on now. You want open new debate.
Yeah,
Stand
man,
up.
open new debate,
Thank
man.
you, thank you,
Thank you
so
very
much.
my man.
Thank you so much for
Yes.
everything you did, especially for today. We appreciate the Liberian people.
Thank you.
We look forward to connecting tomorrow.
Thank you very much, my man. Thank you. Thank you very much, Prince. Thank you very much, Alex. Again, I want to say thanks to my Liberian people. Our people want people. We are. Nelson, our people want people. We are. I'm going to eat. I'm going to rest for 30 minutes or 1 hour, and I will catch you guys. With this story, we got to be on late night. I have to be on the show tonight. I have to be on the show. But you will just open the line, talk to the Liberian people. How can Joe we have take 50 million from the people? Amen. Saying you're going covert operation, you're go to NEC, you're go here, you're go there. Let's do it swear, because we won't win the election. Everything will be revealed. You can even call Mark Zuckerberg and tell him, say, take attention from us Facebook. It will not work. Everything will be revealed. We'll tell the Liberian people and they will hear it. So begin, you get about 34 minutes to go rest. Enjoy your rest. Come back swinging strong. Don't let your man mobile get you hot on tonight. Yeah. You're always interrupting you.
I got a mute button for the man.
The man can unmute himself. The man are co-host, right? But I want to say thanks a lot. And somebody said, Philip Bala said, CEO, I'm buying you soft drink for breaking news. I remember you get a cash out, just send it to the cash out. Hey, Philip Bala. Megan do all the talking. Look at man with family, and man laughing at me. He say he buying soft drink. Yeah, we get soft drink, we get soda. Somebody said, Bessie Thomas. Bessie Thomas said, God bless you, CEO. Oh, God bless you, our beloved CEO. Bessie Thomas, bless you too, my dear. Bless you. It's good to hear from you. Mantape said, thank you, CEO. No, thank God for Liberia. Thank God for Liberia. Amos said, Prince Maxwell talk too much. My man Prince Maxwell and go by, leave the man alone. Let's send a special greetings to Amos Derek, Blamoto, Jacquees Metch, Dayton Ward. Good night, Dayton. Thank you for joining us. Lou Divan Zor, Kuangpa Do Wesen. This person always follow us. Kuangpa Do Wesen. I really want to see is this a Kuangpa that we know? But again, the man put the Kuangpa and the Wesen together. Kumba Fendono, Patawi One, Wolf Lion, Abdullah Sharif, and Philip Barapa, he say he still get my soft drink. Who else we get? Bless God for you, CEO. Vita Cody, bless God for you too. Thank you very much, CEO. Brian and Reeves, thank you. Joel Torres Zoka, low. Momo Vesely, thank you very much, Momo. We're glad to have you. Masa Colley, thank you, Masa Colley. Moses Sio.
That Joel is mobile. That mobile right there. So the man laughing. The man say,
yeah, the guy is in there, Zokai. Say man get mobile, then you get Joe. Which one? The man hiding from the old Jew then. Can you have access to those documents? Yes, my friend. You put your name in Arabic or in Chinese. I cannot recognize you. If you want access to those documents, in the chat room. It's in the chat room. Look at my man texting me. All right, Mama, I would do what you asked me to do. I know she watching. Solo G, God bless you, boss. No, Solo, God bless you for following us. Larry Putu, God bless you, CEO. God bless you too, Larry. Otelo Frank George. Otelo, good to see you. Bill Nelson, Bill Carson. Nelson is using the late night show to sleep out from his. Oh my God, this Bill a bad dude.
That Bill guy, Bill, don't put me in situation I get handled.
I tell you, James is already in situation with the people daughter. Reserve status in MTA. They say not Don Bosco. What's up, Nat? Charles Russell, you are very great, my CEO. Forever you are in my prayer. Thank you very much. Moses Kamar, thanks so much for the show. Thank you, Moses. John Tappe, I'm so proud of you too, John. Thank you very much. Again, we want to say to all of you guys, we are calling your name, where you from. We acknowledge you. We want to say thank you for joining us. Share the program tomorrow. God bless you. God keep you. God will bless our country, Liberia. No weapon formed against us shall prosper. They may come from different angles, but we will overcome as a nation. They can come from under the ground, from on top, from the sea, from the air, from wherever. But God will keep us. God will bless us. God will protect us as a nation. We will enjoy Liberia before we leave this earth. You will enjoy Liberia some way, somehow, before you leave this earth. So we say thank you for joining Spoon and have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye. Thank you, Nelson.
Yes, sir. Folks, we want to say thank you for following us tonight. Thanks for making your contributions on the program. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening to the program. We've been live on Spoon TV and Fabric TV, Super TV as well. We've also been live on YouTube at Spoon Talk Live. We want to say thanks to all of you who always make up time to follow the program. You can join us tomorrow for another edition of the program Spoon Talk. Better still, we have the late night show coming up very shortly. It's going to be 1 a.m. Liberian time. And you can join us. That's about 30 minutes from now. Until then, have for yourselves a good night. Good night, in fact. Let's remember to keep the peace because Liberia is all we have. I'm Nelson Colette. Bye-bye for now.
In Africa, just to follow, to well. They children crying for starvation, just to you want to get a news update, my brother, to school. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to school. Politicians want to make their decision, just to school. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to school. You confront them, burn them to the spoon. Yeah,